education, nor training, a ticking time bomb. A ticking time bomb, indeed, if we don't do anything about it. I want to welcome each one of you. I want to welcome the UNFPA representative to Uganda, Dr. Mary Otieno. Thank you for coming. I want to welcome Professor, who is the Vice Chairperson of the National Planning Authority, Professor Oboya Chinyera Sam, a veteran academician. Thank you for being here. I want to welcome Jaja Wabayimbi, Jaja Ragadi. Daniel Kazibwe is here with us. Please wave to the people, and thank you for finding time to be with us. I want to recognize Jaja Victoria Sechtoreko. Thank you for being with us. And I want to recognize each one of you in your respective capacities. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us, to have a conversation about an issue that is so important to everybody. May I invite Mr. Sali to lead us in a word of prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for our respective offices. We seek your presence and guidance in this forum. Fill us with wisdom and fruitful deliberations. Grant us commitment and harmony in our duties. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Let's continue in prayer. Sally's prayer was so short. Loving Father who dwells in heaven, space, and earth, we come here this afternoon on the 13th National Development Policy Forum to scout for solutions for 41%, 4.2 million of our young people who are not in employment, not in education, not in training. We come in this space to have a rich, deep, broad, and wide conversation geared at checking the ticking time bomb. Lord, we are here to explore strategies of making employment creation the major target for the monetary policy instruments besides micro and macroeconomic stability. Loving Father in heaven, we talk about jobless economic growth. This should not be. This should stop. And we should see that the jobs are created in this economy to provide employment for the young people. Ticking time bomb, indeed, my Lord, invisible yet present, in attendance yet uninvited, in tatters yet undeterred, in possession of nothing and capable of losing nothing. Truly the wretched of the earth, habitants of the uninhabitable, clueless of what the future holds, shunned but not banished, neat but not neat, more disengaged than engaged, inactive yet hyperactive, growing but unnurtured, not useless but unusable or useless, potentially radical and yet unradicalized, remotely insane, yet still sane, with no coach, no mentor, not at peace, and remorseless. Father Almighty, we beseech Thee to give Thy guidance and wisdom to enable us create at least 634,000 jobs per year for over the next 5 years for these people. Drive us towards the deconstruction of our mindset towards BTVET. May the training levy BTVET Act come into force, and may the quality and quantity of BTVET products continue to grow and be useful in the socio-economic transformation of the Pearl of Africa. We thank you, Lord, for your kindness, and may the Holy Spirit hover over us, be within us, and take charge of the conversation in this place. And break the spirit of obstruction. Let our phones and computers be inactivated by the Holy Ghost. And may your Holy Spirit that surpasses all understanding be within us, in us, and take control of our intellect. In your might and holy name, we pray. And everybody says, amen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Having done that first part, I would like to invite the chairperson of the first session to come and take your seat. Professor Oboya Chinyera Sam is a veteran academic holding a PhD in physics, material science from Makerere University, a master's in material science from Reading University in the UK, an advanced diploma in education science from University of Bristol, UK, a bachelor's of science with education from Makerere University. He has served as professor of physics at Chambogo University, where he taught physics and supervised students for over 2.5 decades. Served as chairperson of the Governing Council, Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology. He served as principal of Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, member of the Governing Council of National Teachers College, Wunyama. I may read until morning. But suffice it to say that Professor Oboya has also had a stint as a visiting professor at the University of Princeton, USA, and external examiner at the University of Nairobi. He is currently the deputy chairperson of the National Planning Authority Board, and is currently also a member of the editorial board of the East African Journal of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Can you join me in welcoming Professor Oboya Sam to take over and manage the first session of this important discussion? Professor, karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor Oboya, as you have heard, working at the moment as the deputy chair. I'm standing here because my substantive chair is out of the country, and that's why I'm here. I want to start, first of all, by welcoming all of you and thanking you for taking your time off in order to attend this very important meeting of this afternoon. So the Right Honorable Prime Minister in absentia, Cabinet Ministers, Members of Parliament, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the National Planning Authority is delighted to present the findings from a study on yet another critical development issue that risks the future of our nation if it goes unattended. This issue concerns the youth neither in employment nor in education or training, and this is commonly abbreviated as NEETs, N-E-E-T-S. This paper arose out of 3 detailed reports commissioned by the National Planning Authority. Namely, the first report is analytical report on youth neither in employment, nor education, or training in Uganda, and this was a paper published in 2022, which documents the national household and individual level drivers of NEETs. It also estimates the loss to the economy in terms of the GDP, output, employment, and revenue associated with NEETs. And the second report is the National Employment and Skills Status Report. This was published in 2022, which provides status of job creation and skills development over the entire NDP2 period and the first 2 years of NDP3 implementation. And the third report is on planning for increased uptake of technical, vocational education and training in Uganda. On the whole, the three reports show that the magnitude of the needs in our country is significant, constituting 41% of all the youth in Uganda. Now, as shall be illustrated by our presentation, there are profound socio-economic consequences of such a huge magnitude of totally disengaged youth. This underscores the urgency with which we need to address this matter. The paper which we are presenting for discussion this afternoon provides evidence-based policy recommendations and interventions intended to address this challenge with the intention to unlock the potential of our young people who are neither in employment nor education or training. Accordingly, our panel of discussions has been carefully selected, and we look forward to hearing from them, given that they are always on the front line of addressing the challenge of needs. In addition, the panel involves the youth who are experienced or actively being involved with supporting the needs to transition into employment, education, and training. Therefore, it is our prayer that we listen carefully to the ideas from these key stakeholders to help us refine some of our recommendations to Cabinet arising from this 13th Development Policy Forum. Thank you very much for God and my country. So at this point, I want to request the country director for GIZ and come and make a remark. The country director, please, can you come up and make a remark?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Boa, as you can see, I'm not the country director of GIZ, but I'm here in a representative capacity. Our country director, Mr. James Macbeth, could not be with us today in person, but sent me with warm regards to everyone in this policy forum from GIZ. I think I would start without referring to the written notes, but really from a personal perspective, I really want to congratulate the National Planning Authority on 3 key points. GIZ, and especially the governance program, has had a long-standing cooperation with the National Planning Authority, and from this perspective, we're very much delighted to be part of this National Development Policy Forum. But I think for us, what stands out are 3 aspects which I'm going to highlight. I think this National Development Policy Forums and the ones that have been held previously really demonstrate that indeed NPA is the think tank for the country and has been coming up with research papers that contain very strategic, I would say, recommendations, implementable recommendations, which from the perspective of this particular research paper that we're going to listen to, I find very realistic and very implementable in regards to the constituency that we're talking about. The second perspective, or the second part that I'd like to congratulate the NPA on, is utilizing a participatory approach in carrying out the research, and that's why we're all here, to input into the research before it's made finalized into recommendations that can be implemented at policy and strategic level. So I really congratulate National Planning Authority for using this participatory approach, because this is what enhances national ownership of such recommendations that become policy at one point in time. And then the third point is undertaking research on this topical development challenge that we're all facing, not only as a country, but I think on a personal level. One of us, or us as individuals, interact daily with youth who are not in employment, with youth who are not in education, and with youth who are not in any sort of training. So I think from a personal perspective, we all have vested interests in this sort of research that is carried out by the National Planning Authority. So that is my personal input. I would like to now read the official opening remarks. Unfortunately, I came slightly late, so I'm not entirely sure who's in the room. So I'll read them, including the protocol, as was prepared for yesterday. The chief guest, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Minister of State for Children and Youth Affairs, the Deputy Chairperson, National Planning Authority, the Executive Director, National Planning Authority, all diplomats here present, and those represented, representatives of the development partners, heads and members of civil society organizations, representatives of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I am very delighted to be here as the GIZ's country director. Like I said, who sends very much his regrets and could not be here with us today, but is with us in spirit. Is very glad that we're here to exchange on the 13th National Development Policy Forum on addressing youth who are not in employment, education, or training. A ticking time bomb, question mark. We are all very much looking forward to discussing this important topic, which is recognized not only under the NDP3, but also as a priority development issue, especially because the constituency under discussions are not only the future of our country, Uganda, but they are also the present. As the research study will reveal, Uganda faces the challenge of underemployment, which is time and skill related. Persons defined as underemployed when time related, if they are employed, but with insufficient working time, and are wanting or available to work more hours if offered the opportunity. On the other hand, skills-related underemployment includes persons whose educational attainment is much higher than their educational level required by their primary employment. The combined unemployment and time-related underemployment are estimated at about 20% of the total labor force. The unemployment rate is higher among females as compared to males. To point this picture much more directly and clearly, according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the national employment rate at the moment is 11.9%, which is 1.4 million, and higher among youth at 16.5%. The unemployment rate slightly increased from 8.8 to 11.9 between 2019 and 2021, respectively. So as you can see, with such numbers, and these numbers not only set to increase, the unequivocal question remains, and the research question is this a ticking time bomb? Youth who are unemployed, who are not in education or training, are a significant risk given their predicament, makes them so vulnerable to exploitation, manipulation, and in many countries, not only in Uganda, they have ended up being on the wrong side of the law. The constituency under discussion is an important focus of the German Development Corporation in Uganda, and at GIZ, we are proud of our continued partnership with the NPA, which focuses on finding solutions from a human rights lens on development issues and challenges. So for us, this is such a timely study, and we actually look forward to discussing these research findings and seeing those that are strategic and those that are at policy level that we can support in terms of implementation. Aside from the partnership under the core area of governance, GIZ also supports Uganda at the core areas of rural development, agriculture, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. With this, I once again convey warm greetings on behalf of our country director and with us, and wishing us all fruitful deliberation and exchanges for today.
Second applaud for that good presentation. At this moment, I want to welcome the UNFPA country representative, Dr. Mary Otieno, to come and make our presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay. So I recognize the Executive Director, National Planning Authority, and all your team. The other members are not here, I believe. I recognize the representative of GIZ, members of Parliament if you are here, development partners, civil society organizations, any UN organizations, and more importantly, the youth. This is your report, so I recognize you this afternoon. I'm really delighted to be here to participate in this 13th National Development Policy Forum with a focus on the youth who are not in employment, education, or training, based on a report by NPA with support from UNFPA and funding from the Netherlands Embassy. And we have a representative from the Netherlands here. So thank you so much. The analytical report on the youth not in employment, education, or training, NEET, provides an invaluable insight on the challenges and opportunities facing youth and Uganda as it prepares to harness the demographic dividend. The share of youth who are neither in employment, education, nor training is being given attention, increasing attention, because of the assumed potential to address a broad array of vulnerabilities among youth, touching on issues of unemployment and underemployment, early school leaving, early childbearing and teenage pregnancy, and associated responsibilities and labor market discouragement. So I do not see this as a time-ticking bomb, but an opportunity to address these issues that have bedeviled us for many years. Now, these are all issues that warrant greater attention as numbers of young people continue to rise markedly as countries realize the role of youth in contributing to socioeconomic transformation, as well as aligning to the Sustainable Development Goals principles of leaving no one behind. As we all know, Sustainable Development Goal 8 and its target 8.6 measures the direct commitment to reducing the proportion of young people not in employment, education, or training by 2030. This has not been achieved. The population of youth in Uganda is now estimated at 10.6 million, according to UBO's report of 2022, and projected to increase to over 13.5 million by 2030. Nearly half of the youth, 41%, are not in employment, education, nor training, which is an estimated 4.2 million young people. These numbers are projected to rise to over 6 million by 2030. The rates of need, however, vary from these regions in Uganda, from 26.3% in Kampala to as much as 61.4% in Bukedi region. When young people have no tangible prospects of employment, they lack social protection, support, and at a time when they are sexually active, entering their sexually active age category to start families, this further increases their vulnerability. Ladies and gentlemen, the consequences of being a youth NEET are severe and impacts on the individual negatively, especially their education, livelihood, health, well-being, and ability to make informed reproductive health decisions. At community and national level, there are socioeconomic consequences, including chronic unemployment, poverty, and gender-based violence. The country loses over $168 million annually due to lost income arising from unemployment, lost output in terms of GDP, human capital, as you will read from the report. This has major implications as failure to plan or keep the youth population fully engaged in productive work limits the country's potential to harness the demographic dividend. Now, all is not lost. There is a lot being done, but what we need to do is really to scale what we are doing. On my last trip recently to, I can never pronounce this, Nakapiririt district in August, I was impressed by how small savings by 25 young women is having ripple effects and changing their lives, families, and communities. So this is a group of 25 young women who have been organized by UNFPA with support from our implementing partner, BRAC. They come together and they are given small funds to start businesses while they are also being given reproductive health information so they can plan their families, not marry early, and not have many children. And these 25 young women who are called Nachela, Economic Livelihood for Adolescents Club, came together and they were given 2.5 million Uganda shillings. And they started selling second-hand clothes, farming, having their own retail shops, as well as taking care of their families. After a year, they received government support through the Myoga program of about 5.4 million to support their businesses. They later on got a loan of 9.7 million from the same program, Myoga. They have now been able, and these are women, young women, to construct individual houses, their own houses. So who says that you have to wait for a man to build your house if you're a young woman in the village? So they are changing the narrative of depending on men. They are being empowered. They've built their own houses, they are taking their children to school, and they are planning their families. One of them is a counselor now because of this organization and coming into the club. So these are really, really success stories, and we need to invest in such programs. They are at a small scale, but we need to really scale them up and accelerate the program. One of them was actually breastfeeding a baby, And we were all looking at the baby because the baby was so healthy and beautiful with a glowing skin, which is rare in the villages. I've traveled far and wide in the region. So we are having impact, but at a small scale, and we really need to invest in such programs. So such stories inspire us to empower the youth to make informed choices, which will enable them to fulfill their potentials. This evidence to be shared today by NPA is to impress upon the government and stakeholders to reevaluate the existing labor market approaches, as well as our education system, and to design new policy tools to adequately respond to young people's experiences of work and employment, as well as their sexual and reproductive health needs. A new youth-centered research agenda to formulate a call for action to respond to the youth employment crisis with youth-inclusive policies is now a priority. Policies aimed at reducing NEET rates will automatically address a broad range of social vulnerabilities, including access to sexual and reproductive health information and services, rights and choices for this category of youth. I'm happy to inform you that the UN, as a collective, is working with the government and has developed the Adolescent and Youth Joint Program to address some of the major challenges youth of Uganda are facing. It is our desire that the situation affecting young people in Uganda will be addressed, and we will be able to change this eventually so that they can contribute to the socioeconomic transformation of Uganda unimpeded. Thank you so much.
Now, at this moment, I want to invite the Director of Development Planning, Dr. Shuman, to come and make a presentation on the paper. Dr. Shuman is standing in for the Executive Director, Dr. Joseph Mubavala, who is attending another meeting elsewhere. So, Dr. Shuman.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. All protocols observed. If you notice by the agenda you have, it should have been Joseph Muvawala, who should have been here to lead the presentation, but he had an abrupt urgent meeting from the above for him to represent NPA on a discussion going on. The same meeting, most likely the minister, Honorable Gulobi, is also attending the same meeting. And that's why you find we have a bit skipped the arrangement. But that said, the topic that we are going to discuss is that important. I'll start by wanting to thank the partners in this, particularly the Netherlands Embassy, UNFPA, GIZ, and of course the government colleagues we worked with closely on this, particularly Minister of Gender, Minister of Education, for the work that they have supported us. But as an NPA, before we go into the actual presentation, I want maybe to remind you why we normally have these policy forums. Because we normally sit in our offices and do some bit of work. We think that as this work matures for policy purposes, we need to share these ideas with the general public, not only to share what we are cooking, but also, more importantly, to try to get your feel and feedback as we refine this in the next policy discourse. So we want to thank you for coming to be part of that conversation, to ensure that you inform how we are going to push this conversation forward, particularly in the next plans, and as government, how we are going to push this into policy forums and policy responses. But to come back home on the topic itself, why are we looking at this topic? For somebody to answer this well, you need to understand the need to be employed. Because employment is not just about a job. It's not about just the earning, the money you are making from that job. Employment, for those of you employed, it defines you. It defines the lifestyle. It defines why you wake up every day. Now, if you're employed, put yourself in the shoes whereby you are waking up and you don't know what you are going to do. Now, if you broaden it up to the current younger people you are talking about, they are neither in employment, they are neither in education, nor any type of training. So what kind of life do you have when you wake up without anything you are thinking about? If you lose a job, that's why it is found, for those who have worked for some time, is that most people who retire die within the 5 years of retirement. Now, this is a youth who is starting his life without hope. So we need to sort out this issue. If you come to society in general, you find that employment, it does not only reduce, we are losing about over 12% of GDP in lack of these youth not in employment, the needs in general. If we're able to include them in the employment bracket, there would be a big driver where we want to go as a nation in terms of increasing our GDP level. But it also improves the happiness. I saw a paper which talked about the majority of Ugandans who are not happy, majority are likely to be mad. But if you are waking up without any hope, this is likely to happen. So this, we need to sort out this urgently. If you go a little bit more, for those of you who are employed, the dependency ratio is not the usual dependency ratio which looked at children. But if you are having a Messi is the manager policy research who has led this process of doing the substantive work, is going to do the actual presentation on behalf of NPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asman. My name is Hamis Mugendawala. I will ride on the protocols that have been observed by the current speakers, and I'll straight away go to the presentation. This presentation begins with the global perspective of NEETs. I want to say that NEETs are a global challenge, not only to Uganda. Globally, 1 in 4 youth is a NEET. There is a higher concentration of NEETs in poor countries. In South Asia, 48%. In Sub-Saharan Africa, 26%, compared to the rich regions. Women are more likely to be NEETs compared to men. Back home, we know that our government has been implementing a lot of programs to lift the youth from poverty and integrate them in employment. And from our findings, we see that in the last 5 years, our economy has managed to create 1.6 million jobs. That is on average 320,000 jobs per year. However, the rate at which jobs are being created lags behind the rate at which young people are entering the job market. Currently, around 1 million young people join the job market every year. And the deficit between the young people entering the job market and the jobs that are created marks the unemployment rate. We note that while unemployment is a cross-cutting socio-economic challenge, there is a social category that has emerged and that is fundamentally different from the normally unemployed youth. And this is what they are referring to as NEETs. We note that NEETs are youth who are persistently disengaged from the labor market, education, and training, and have lost interest even in society activities in general. We found them to be so vulnerable to exploitation, and they are highly at risk of becoming political and religiously extreme. This group is increasing faster, and now they constitute 41% of the total youth population. We want to look at the character and determinants of youth NEETism. In other words, what did we find as predisposing factors? We noted that youth NEETs are highly concentrated between the age bracket of 20 to 29. But then you realize that as well, they are increasing in the other age brackets. We found youth NEETs, majority of them, close to 60%, having no formal schooling or having primary level education due to dropping out early. But then you realize that even those that have higher education post-secondary, the rate is increasing, the rate of NEETs amongst those who have higher education is as well increasing. We realized that even when government is implementing UPE and USE, very many children still drop out. And the NEETs told us that the number one cause of dropout are the costs that schools continue to levy from parents, even when they are under the UPE and USE programs. The second cause which the NEETs indicated, especially the females, was the issue of teenage pregnancies and early marriages, which are prominent, especially in the countryside. We see that poverty is a predisposing factor to NEETism. NEET rates are higher in poorer households, and this is as well the case regionally. The poorest regions have higher percentages of NEETism. Bukedi region, which is, I think, one of the poorest regions in the country, has the highest number or percentage of NEETs, standing at 61%, over and above the national average. Staying long without a livelihood after school is a predisposing factor. And we found that youth who stay out of a livelihood after school for more than 2 years are more likely to become NEETs. From our econometric analysis, we found that substance abuse, alcohol consumption, household size, particularly large households, disability, migration status, were found to be significantly associated with NEETism. In the next section, we look at what the country is losing because of the youth who are inactive and disengaged. In 2020-21, the country lost 15 trillion by having 41% of its youth who constitute part of the labor force inactive, 1,500 per month in 2019-2020. We found traces of political and religious extremism in areas of high density of needs. But also, we found poor education and health outcomes in areas with high concentration of needs, but also heightened insecurity, crime, in areas with high density of needs. In the next section, we mapped the NEETs skills profile to the job market. What we found was that whereas the agriculture sector was found to be suitable to the skills profiles of the young people who were NEETs, majority of the NEETs told us that they were very reluctant to get employment in agriculture sector due to unguaranteed financial returns arising from the inherent nature-based risks associated with agriculture. And they said that rather, they preferred other economic activities, including charcoal burning, sand mining, stone quarrying, lumbering, brick making, among others, which guarantee some daily income compared to agriculture, whose income is seasonal. Unfortunately, the NEETs who were interested in agriculture didn't own land, which limits their participation in the sector. Whereas majority of the NEETs that we spoke to preferred services sector employment, manufacturing, public administration, we found that their skills profile were not aligned to the required threshold of skills that these sectors require. We realized that majority of them believed that if they had done a specialized course in technical vocational, perhaps they would increase the likelihood of them getting reintegrated into the job market. However, they indicated that there are still so many barriers to vocational training. They indicated that institutions still require entry requirements, academic entry requirements, either P7 or Senior 4, which they don't have. They indicated that whereas TVET is very expensive, the people who end up or desire TVET training are the poorest. And so there is, again, a mismatch. Some of them said they lacked proximity to a training facility. Others indicated that they are put off by the inflexible and supply-driven curriculum implemented by the TVET institutions, while some do not have any interest in vocational education. We found that the presidential industrial zone hubs tried to dismantle some of those barriers that we've been looking at. However, we noticed that there are quite very few, only 19 in the whole country, and their intakes are still lower, each on average 240, vis-a-vis a demand from averagely 8 districts served by one hub. But also we realized that whereas their design is supposed to equip the trainees, sometimes their budgets are low to fulfill that desire. In light of the above, we recommend as follows. The first strategy that we are looking at is to reorient the skilling programs towards employment and entrepreneurship. So the orientation shouldn't be to get a qualification, but it should be for someone to end up employed. And specifically, We are saying that government should issue a directive to remodel some of the vocational institutions to operationally mirror the presidential industrial zonal hubs. We very well know the 19 zonal hubs, and we found quite some number of NEETs in those hubs for the annexation of BPO facilities to selected zonal skilling hubs. The NEETs told us that it would make more sense rather than going back to an institutionalized setting. And so, if that was to be achieved, industrialists told us that they needed incentives for them to take on Ugandans for training. In view of that, we are suggesting that we operationalize the training levy, just like Kenya and other neighbors have done, from which we can provide incentives for industrialists in terms of training materials for training our young people. Second strategy, we need to create an enabling environment for the economy to create at minimum 3 million jobs over the next 5 years. Specifically, we need to secure investment or to secure credit from UDB to earmark and target more resources towards value addition, because that is the source of employment, but as well offer special credit facilities to particularly enterprises and associations which provide employment mainly to the unskilled youth. We also need targeted interventions at parish level. Institutionally, we do have an institution called the National Employment Council. We are recommending that we review and redefine the mandate of NEC with intention to empowering it to coordinate employment creation interventions, and as well manage the framework through which progress on employment should be reported. We need to prioritize businesses located in regions with the highest concentration of youth needs for the award of economic stimulus and business recovery funds. We also believe, or we want to interest Bank of Uganda to explore the possibilities to make employment creation as a major target for monetary policy besides price stability, because we see that this is now a global best practice for most of the central banks. Of course, we know that this will require the provision of high-frequency data on employment, which we don't have currently. But also, we need to make employment creation a business of everyone by mainstreaming it in employment creation, in program development plans, in local government development plans, and sectoral strategies in collaboration with the private sector. We also found that there are quite scarce skills that are not being provided in some of the public training institutions, but the private sector can. We benchmarked 2 institutions, that is Baker Technical Services, which trains road construction foremen, and an institution owned by a young man in Ntinda called Patrick Mbonye, who owns TASIC, the Assessment Skills Center. They are training high-level technical skills, and most of the youth trained there get employed elsewhere outside Uganda. Finally, we are saying that for the NEETs who are interested in agriculture, We need to mobilize them in order to join some of the existing groups or production cooperatives to access government and non-government-based support. Thank you very much.
Well, at this point, I want to pass over the mantle to Mondo to continue with the moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And that clapping is not adequate for Professor Oboya, knowing his CV. Can we also thank the people who have presented, right from GIZ? We want to thank you for being here and for all the support you have given us. National Planning Authority, we want to thank you. UNFPA, we want to thank you so much for always standing with us on matters that concern the youth in this country. Professor will now take leave, and we are going to go into the next session where I'm going to invite the panelists to interrogate the paper that has been discussed. Professor Boya Sam, thank you very much. Can we clap for Professor as he goes down? But before I invite the panel, permit me to recognize some of the people who are here. Permit me to recognize the Honorable Minister, Sarah Matek Nyirawashis, the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Allow me to recognize Mr. Nsereko Simon Peter, Office of the UN Resident Representative. Sayawe Bruno, Deputy Principal, College of Business and Management Studies, Makerere University. Mr. Bajenja Ellen Kajira, Country Director, Accord Uganda. Thank you for being with us. I already recognized Mama Honorable Victoria Sechtoreko, who is here with us, an encyclopedia on issues of agriculture in this country. I've also recognized Jaja Ragadi, a prominent musician in this country, who is also interested in issues of seeing that young people are employed. And he tells me that one of the areas where young people can be employed very well is the creative industry, where he has served for years. Let me recognize Rosette Naboma, the Deputy Head Budget and Monitoring Unit, Minister of Finance. Thank you for being here. I was about to lose my job. Permit me recognize Mr. Martin Wandera, my director, the Director for Labor and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Mr. Director, thank you for being here. You can wave to the people. Permit me recognize Mr. Bruno Otto, the country representative, UNIDO, UNIDO. Thank you for being here. Permit me recognize Mr. Opio Stephen, the officer in charge, IRO Office, Kampala. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. And last but not least, Dr. Waswa Francis, Office of the UNDP representative in Uganda. Thank you all for being here. We are live on UBC and NBS. We are also live on YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Zoom. Our hashtag is addressing youth needs. Addressing youth needs. That's our hashtag. We want now to delve into the panel. We now want to go deep to interrogate the paper that has been presented. And I have distinguished Ugandans, distinguished global citizens who are going to lead in the discussion. I'll be inviting one by one, they take their seat, then we shall start our conversation about what they see about this paper that has just been presented by UNFPA. Of course, many of you are already noting that the situation is bad. And yes, we brought you here to appreciate that the situation is bad so that we can do something. When somebody talks about 41% of our youth are not in employment, they are not in education, and they are not in training. And that's 4.2 Ugandans. And that this is projected to be 5.8 million by financial year 30-31 if nothing is done. Then if you don't get scared, then I'm scared of you. Because that's a true ticking bomb, and we must do something. We must do something because we are all responsible. And the repercussions of such a big number that is not comfortable should be a threat for all of us. I want also to say very quickly that he has also told us 58% of the NEETs are actually without any kind of education, no primary education at all. And that should be scaring again, that in a country where we have UPE, where UPE is free, we still have a number of young people who are not going to school. And so, to interrogate the presentation further, I have a number of people. And let me introduce to you Dr. Julian Adieri Omara, a true Ugandan, born in Hoima, married in Eastern Uganda, working in Noya. Joyce under the brand Cheers. She also sits on several company boards, including the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, where she's responsible for skills, human rights sector, and others. Julian, can you please make your way in front? Allow me introduce the second panelist, Mr. Charles Makwanzi. Mr. Charles Makwanzi is an economist and a youth research manager at Restless Development, Uganda. He has over 9 years of experience in youth engagement, advocacy, and managing research projects on youth unemployment, livelihood, education, health, and climate change for diverse non-government organizations within Africa and globally. As a youth research manager, Charles is working towards making data more accessible and actionable for development agencies who desire to translate research evidence into policy actions and impactful programs. Can I welcome you, Charles? Can you make your way to Can I introduce Mr. Raymond Kamugisha? Mr. Raymond Kamugisha is the Director, Presidential Projects and Industrial Hubs. He is a certified project management professional with a Master's in Science Construction Project Management from Makerere University. He formerly served as the Private Secretary to none other than His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and he was in charge of youth affairs. He is also a renowned businessman heading Serena-based Aileka Group with interest in farming, construction, real estate, solar energy, and a chain of other businesses. Can I invite you, Raymond Kamugisha, to come and join? The next, in my arsenal of people who are going to engage in this discussion, I have Mr. Julius Amole Ochaya, who is a program officer and assistant coordinator of the Youth Livelihood Program at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. He previously worked as a senior community development officer at Nebi District Local Government. He is passionate about empowering youth to harness their socio-economic potential. He has served in public sector for over 2.5 decades. Next is Mr. I don't see Julius. Mr. Julius Ochaya is still missing. Oh, there he finds his way. Karibu. Next is Mr. Jacobo Eyeru, who is the chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda and a member of COMESA Youth Advisory Panel. He has previously served as the 3rd East African Community Youth Ambassador to Uganda and the National Head of the Debate Society of Uganda. Jacobo's other service roles included being a member of the African Union Youth Front on Coronavirus and a member of the African Union EU Youth Working Group and the Office of the African Union Envoy. Mr. Jacobo Eyeru, can you make your way to... Thank you very much. Before I go to the panel that is seated in front here, there is going to be a lead discussant. The lead discussant is representing the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who is Mr. Martin Wandera. He is going to give the first shots at the discussion. Mr. Martin Wandera, kindly find your way to the podium. Can we clap for...
Thank you very much, my brother Mondo, the Minister of Youth and Children Affairs, the Honorable Mateke, the Chairperson of the National Planning Authority, the representative of the Executive Director, NPA, representatives of various development partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to start by confirming that I'm the said Martin Wandera, and I am not Mr. Agre David Chibenge, the PS Gender, because of other pressing responsibilities. He could not join us this afternoon, and he asked me to make an intervention on his behalf. Chair and distinguished participants, it's my honor to join you today for this dialogue to reflect on the challenge of youth, neither in employment nor in education. I wish to commend the NPA for this thought-provoking policy brief on the costs of NEET, as well as the very useful proposals they have made to address this challenge. Before I address myself to the substance of the brief, I wish to raise a point of conceptual clarification on the trend of NEET over the last 10 years. The paper notes that NEET population has almost doubled over the last decade, with an average rate of 8.4% over the last decade, and has risen from 2.5 million in financial year 2013 to 4.2 million in financial year 22-23. And this is projected to increase to 5.8 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the definition of employment in the National Labour Force Survey of 2012-13 was based on the resolution of the 13th International Conference of Labour Statisticians of 1982, which defined unemployed person as someone who was engaged in an economic activity for pay, for profit, or own consumption. In other words, even the Chida Chonka at the time were considered to be employed. That is, people who are involved in subsistence economic activities. Later in 2013, in October, the 19th International Conference of Labour Statisticians did revise the definition of employment to exclude persons engaged in economic activities, but whose return was their own consumption. And today, you are employed if you are involved in an economic activity for pay or profit. If you are engaged in work for own consumption, statistically you are not considered to be employed. So you can clearly see that the two surveys were based on different definitions, and is therefore not possible to make a comparison. I would therefore recommend that the paper is revised to do a comparison from the survey of 2016-17 to the one of 2019-21 to the most recent of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, to the substance of the brief, I now beg to return. In order to effectively use NEET data for policy purposes, we have to deconstruct the NEET population by asking several questions. Who are the youth in NEET? And why are they in NEET? The youth of interest in this discussion have three distinguishing characteristics from all the other youth. Namely, and it's important you note this because it's going to be very relevant for the points that I'm going to make. They are not in school or in training, and they are not in employment or are outside the labor market. They are not in school and are either not employed or are outside the labor market. I will explain this. You are unemployed if during the reference period you are without a job, you are looking for work, and you are available to work. And you are considered to be outside the labor market if during the reference period you did not have a job, you did express interest to work, but because of existing conditions, you are not available and you did not seek for work. And according to the Labour Force Survey of 2021, these were about 3.2 million. I think the policy brief has used some estimation to give the figure of 22-23. My intervention is based on the stats of the survey of 2021. Having identified who they are, there is need then to answer the question, of why these youth are outside the labor market. The Labor Force Survey of 2021 characterized the youth outside the labor market as follows. There are 1.6 million who did not look for work, but they were available for work. 12,822 looked for work, but even if they had found a job, they would not be available to take on the job. And 1.55 million, about 1.5 million, never looked for work, and they were there and were also not available for work. The question that then comes to mind is, who are these 1.5 million plus who did not look for work and were also not available to work? Ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of existing literature on this matter, from the ILO and other sources, the majority of this 1.5 million youth who did not look for work and were not available for work are likely to be, one, young people, because the working age population is from 14 to 65 to 64. Then they could have been young people, but this statistics is looking at 18 to 30. But literature also shows that they're likely to be persons who are tending to household care work. Mothers looking after families, looking after children, and that's why they are not available and did not look for work. The question that then follows, therefore, is, should we always label contributing family work as joblessness? Is there any value that our mothers who are at home contribute to this economy? I submit to you that yes, because I was raised by a mother who never went to work, but she greatly contributed to the welfare of the household, in certain occasions more than even my father who was working. So as we reflect about this data, we need to ask ourselves that question. We belong to the school as a means of gender, that family work is valuable work. Statistically, therefore, I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. Our greater concern for policy purposes should be the 1.6 million youth who did not look for work but were available to work. And these are what economists sometimes will call discouraged workers. And therefore, if you add the 1.6 who did not look for work but were available to work, plus those who looked for work but were not available, you get about 2.5 million people. I'm used to money, I was about to say 2.5 million shillings. And therefore, the need of concern, from the way I see it, is less than 41%. And based on this crude analysis, it would be about 24%, because we cannot assume that all those who are not available and who did not look for work are people who who are not contributing to the economy or who are poor. Even in Kololo, if you went there, they are stay-home moms and dads. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that we align ourselves with the reasons given by the NPA on the persistence prevalence of NEET. They were very spot on. However, I wish to point out one other factor, that until NDP3, employment was not mainstreamed in government programs. The NDP3 was the first attempt. Although some think it was not adequate enough, but was a positive step. And this was a result of the fact that for a long time, the neoliberal school had dominated development planning in this country, where it was assumed that if there was growth, there was automatically creation of employment. But the statistics show you can have growth with weak intensity of employment creation. And to that, would like to add that jobs just don't happen. We assume that jobs would happen, and that's why we have this problem. Therefore, as I navigate towards the end, I would like to submit that, yes, there are many people in need, but there is no cause for despair. Instead, as the NPA has noted, it is a call for us to action. And I would like to say that the government has already taken a number of measures and interventions that over the short and medium term will lead to amelioration of this problem. The first is that employment has been mainstreamed in NDP. We are working with NDP, Ministry of Finance, and other departments and agencies to make sure that it is even more clear within NDP4. At the ministry, we have, working with the ILO, I'm happy they are here, we have developed a tool for mainstreaming employment in all government programs. So, Dr. Mvawala, we are already answering that question. Not only are we doing that, we have also developed a tool for employment impact assessment. We should be able, either in the midterm review of NDP4, to say for every shilling of government, how many jobs have been created. But this will not happen if everyone in government embraces the fact that all agencies of government have a responsibility to the creation of employment. I'm very happy that Dr. Mvawala raised the issue of monetary policy. For a long time, BOU has been largely focused on price stability. But many of you know that one of the responsibilities of the US Reserve Bank is to promote employment, and we are happy NPA has picked this up. The other interventions that we are implementing at the ministry is the revitalization of apprenticeship. As Dr. Mvawala said, many skills are learned or honed on the job. So working with the ILO, we developed a national apprenticeship scheme. We've piloted in the hospitality sector, and we are rolling out into manufacturing and oil and gas. We also have a program for supporting Juakali enterprises, where young people are given startup toolkits, and about 16,962 have benefited from this intervention across the country. Under UEP, about 214,000 women, organized in about 20,000 groups, have benefited from the YLP intervention, and many have grown their businesses from micro to small and medium. About 259,000 youth have benefited from the Youth Livelihood Program. We also hope that MEOGA and PDM will also contribute greatly in addressing the youth employment challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot measure what you can't count. And one of the biggest challenges that we have had is that labor statistics has been scattered in UBOS and different MDAs. We, together with the ILO, are developing a labor market information analysis system. It's going to be a digital platform which will congregate all data on the labor market, from the census, from surveys, from administrative records from in the Ministry of Education, NSSF, among others. And this will facilitate it will facilitate evaluation of the how the labor market is performing, but will also support planning. Finally, the ministry, in collaboration with the NPA, Ministry of Finance, and other MDAs, in line with the view that jobs just don't happen, we are revising the national employment policy and are developing the first ever national employment strategy. And I wish to submit with pleasure that the recommendations in this policy brief are very much in line with the key pillars of the draft national employment strategy, which are promotion of job-rich growth, investment and productivity. Due to the constraint of time, I will not break down the proposed interventions. Promotion of skilling and reskilling for employability. Promotion of labor market research and technological innovation. Strengthening compliance with labor standards and rights. Quite often this is forgotten, but if you look at the Labor Force Survey 2021, it shows that the median wage over the last 10 years has remained at about 200,000, meaning that more than half of the employed people earn less than 200,000. So it's not only a question of the quantity of employment that we should deal with, but also the quality of employment. And that's why the issue of standards and rights is important. There is also a pillar on promoting safe and healthy working environment, and finally, promotion of safe, orderly, and regular migration. Finally, good plans don't implement themselves. I therefore would like to reiterate the point raised by Dr. Ngendawala that there is need for strong coordination, because each government agency working together with the private sector contributes to employment creation. But importantly, programs for employment creation should be funded. It's therefore our appeal that beyond NDPF, beyond the employment policy and the national employment strategy, there must be more commitment for funding for these programs. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Martin Wandera, for those remarks. One is the assurance that there is no cause for despair, that the government of Uganda is in charge, and you have heard the different interventions that we are developing to ensure that the NEETs issues are addressed. But also it asks some fundamental questions. Are the NEETs really there? And if they are there, are they 41%? He thinks they are about 20%. But even if they are 20%, it means they are there. And so he says that jobs will not simply happen. It's you and me to intentionally work at ensuring that the economy is producing the jobs that we want. What he didn't mention is that the population explosion is also a challenge for us to be able to produce the jobs that we need for the rapidly growing population. We continue to produce at 3% per annum, and I think that's unsustainable going forward. But having asked whether the needs are there, can I have a clip to give us testimony that actually they are there, and that we can walk them out of being needs to being a different kind of people? My people on the machines, can I have the clip? There's a clip on youth NEET and youth who has transitioned from NEET. My people, are you there?
Erinnya lyange nze Kulumba Dauda Nason nga mbeera Ndejje. Ebyokusoma byange nasomako until when I finished senior 6. It wasn't an easy journey, especially from S2 up to when I finished senior 6. How I have managed now to survive up to date, because of it is now 11 years since I finished to study senior 6. Ndowooza mu Luganda kiyinza okuvaayo obulungi tugamba nti mbadde mu kuyiriba. Nakola nnyo ebiseera ebisinga mu restaurants, naye nga mu restaurant omu tebanzikiriza kufumba kubanga saalina bipapula. So osaba omulimu ng'omufumbi nga tebakkiriza, so nembeeramu nga omutambuzi w'emmere mu kibuga, era mu kibuga nga bayita driver. Naye olunaku lumu kasitoma omu mu saloon Kampala Road awo yaŋŋamba nti mulwayo nnyo, naye kirungi oyogera bulungi ne bakasitoma osobola okukola omulimu omulala. So omukyalo oyo n'antwala, yali akola mu insurance company emu, nentandika okubeera kitunzi, era bwentyo we natandika okwetraininga nga nze okubeera kitunzi. Ebintu bya skilling ebyo ebyabavubuka nali mbiwuliddeko, era nagezaako n'okuba nga mbyegattako, naye ku kifo kye natuukamu baali bakola ku bawala bokka. Awo nga ku Crested Tower waliwo we bayita Subway wansi, waliwo projekiti ya His Excellence eyamba skilling the girl child, naye ne baŋŋamba nti baagala bawala bokka. So ng'omulenzi nkubye naye siina we nsobodde. Information ogiwulira neyita ku radio naye nga tomanyi wa watuufu osobola kgenda, naye awo nali ntuuseeko, naye nga opportunity yali yawo bawala bokka. Gavumenti tubeebaza olw'omulimu ogwo, naye nze nga nze ndowooza mwandyongeddemu amaanyi, oba kye tuyita ku muntu wa wansi, obulanga obwo buve ku maleediyo ago bujje oba ku LC1 nti abantu ba wansi babumanyire ddala, oba bugende ku masomero gano ge tumanyi nga secondary schools. Omwana ava mu ssomero nga amaze emyaka 2 oba amaze senior 6, naye ng'ekintu ekyo kya skilling kyali mu ssomero kibayambako okuba nga nabo bavuddemu nga bayi.
My name is Nyasa Helen. I did Bachelor's of Industrial and Fine Art from Makerere University, and I graduated in 2015. After graduating from campus, there was so much hustling going on. When you're from campus, you don't know exactly whether you're going to get the capital to start up your business, your own business. I didn't have the privilege to have that, so I used to hustle here and there to make sure that, I earn a living and, try to start up something of my own, which really took me some very long time to achieve. I look for opportunities. We've been doing this business for quite some time. When I was done with graduation, we started up a business of textile, like dealing in imported threads, zippers, and sewing threads. So we came up with the idea of manufacturing sewing threads locally here in Uganda. So like with the help of UNDP, like 3 years ago, they picked our idea and actually helped us to, you know, we are now about to start manufacturing locally here. Something that is going to help import substitution and creation of so many jobs and reduction of plastic bottles. What I request of our government is to change the education system. Education should be available to everyone, and also to create vocational schools to collaborate and to partner with entrepreneurs. Here we shall be able to overcome unemployment.
Thank you very much. Those are two stories, one of Kulumba and another of Helen, about the issue of transition. Before I get back to my panel, permit me recognize Professor Elia Hisari, the Principal, College of Business and Management Studies, Makerere University. Thank you for being here. Permit me recognize Honorable Chiyaga Hirare. I think that's Maokota. Thank you for being here. Permit me recognize Honorable Flavia Kabahenda Rabuhoro, Chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thank you, Honorable, for being here. Allow me to recognize Mr. Eric Wamlanga, Deputy Director. Thank you for being here. Allow me to recognize Professor Ibrahim Okumu, Dean of School of Economics, Makerere University. Allow me to recognize Dr. Susan Kavuma, School of Economics, Makerere University. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, a board member of National Planning Authority. Thank you for being here. Team from UNICEF and team from EPRC, thank you for being with us. Now, no, clap if you mean to clap, please. Thank you very much. Now I want to turn to my team. I'll start with Mr. Charles Mukwanzi, Youth Research Manager, Restless Development. Mr. Charles Mukwanzi, the policy brief on NEETs and recommendations going forward have been meticulously articulated. But from your perspective, as part of civil society, and using your own lenses where you sit, what can government do differently to address the challenges or barriers faced by NEETs in finding employment or pursuing education or training? You have 5 minutes in which you will talk uninterrupted. Karibu.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to start by recognizing the honorable ministers present here this afternoon, members of parliament, the executive director and leadership from the National Planning Authority, country representatives from UNFPA Uganda, representatives from GIZ, government representatives, development partners, and distinguished
guests. Now, let me serve you, Charles. In the interest of time, don't go through the protocol, just say protocol as already observed.
Exactly.
Because that way we save time.
And all protocol observed, of course. I've been asked to provide some recommendations on what more government can do to provide or support young people to get employment and transition into the labor market. Just to give a bit of context, over the last 10 years, Restless Development, the organization that I represent, in collaboration with other development partners such as the MasterCard Foundation and academic institutions such as Makerere University and the University of Cambridge, has conducted extensive research into the youth unemployment challenge in Uganda. And so I'll share some of the recommendations that have been presented by young people through these various research projects that we've been conducting. I would also like to first mention that the recommendations I'll be sharing here very much validate also the recommendations that have been presented by the previous speakers. So I think it's important that we recognize that these recommendations are perfectly aligned, and the policy brief presented and launched today speaks to the existing situation that we have also been seeing through our research. So firstly, I think the government needs to address the mismatch between local opportunities and the relevance of education and skills training. By this, I'd like to allude to the expansion of vocational training opportunities and also further investment into digital skills. So much as the presidential industrial zonal skilling hubs have been addressing part of this, which we commend the government for, I think it is also important for further investment into vocational training programs that cover a wider range of skills, from traditional trades to digital skills that could support emerging technologies. Emerging technological innovations have provided young people with more economic and livelihood opportunities. I think that cannot be ignored at the moment. And young people that we've been speaking to through our research projects have been calling for improvements in infrastructure and connectivity, especially in rural areas. This would enable them to have equal access to information and services such as internet access and mobile phone networks, through which they can start to interact with these technologies and also position themselves very well to take advantage of emerging opportunities. There's also a need for collaboration with industry partners to help provide hands-on training, like we've heard from previous speakers, and much needed certification for young people to secure employment. Our research also shows that the provision of soft skills training, in addition to hard skills that has been getting much of the focus, is equally important. So training in areas such as communication, teamwork, problem solving, time management, and the soft side that young people need to thrive when they finally secure this employment should not be ignored. And it will very be important for them to also secure employment or transition into the labor market. Therefore, this will help close the skills gap associated with a formal education system, which has been mostly traditional. Own businesses by taking advantage of technological innovations and prepare them to face the challenges of the labor market as they enter. Secondly, I think the UNFPA representatives would agree with me on this. It's important that we also prioritize the removal of obstacles to young women's participation in decent work. As alluded to the previous speaker, the lion's share of young people aged 15 to 30 who are not in employment, in education, or in training are young women. And I would like to quote data from the International Labour Organization in 2021, which stipulates that 76% of youth in NEETs in Uganda were young women, thus representing a higher proportion when compared to men. So it would be logical, therefore, to address and hopefully remove some of these barriers that prevent young women from participating in the labor market, where the issue, as is mostly the case, can be cited as family responsibilities involving the care of young children and household care. An approach that has been applied in other countries includes the provision and the recognition of such care as part of the active labor market interventions. Government and civil society should also therefore work with communities to address the cultural barriers affecting youth economic opportunities, such as gender beliefs and land ownership practices. Improvements in these areas could definitely go a long way in addressing the economic challenges that young people are facing, especially with regards to securing employment in Uganda. My third recommendation, and that has been put forward by young people that we've been engaging through our research projects, is to improve labor market interventions. Of course, they're there. More comprehensive apprenticeship system is needed. Our partners from GIZ would probably agree with this, as we learn from countries such as Germany, who have effectively managed to address youth unemployment over the past couple of decades, the government could work towards establishing or strengthening the apprenticeship systems so that it becomes dual in the sense that it combines classroom education with practical work experience. This would therefore help young people experience a smoother transition from education into the labor market. Also, introducing incentives that support labor market policies such as subsidized employment programs could be another option. Labor market policies such as wage subsidies, for example, could be a good incentive for employers especially to hire NEETs and to target young people when they're recruiting, and also to support businesses and strengthen small businesses so that they can create more jobs. Fourthly, would like to encourage innovation, investment in agricultural innovation, which we heard before that young people are not finding this sector appealing, and yet it has the potential to be one of the biggest employers for young people. However, what can become more appealing for young people to go back into this sector is innovation. So we did a research on inclusive agricultural technologies, and young people expressed that they need more investment into building innovation hubs and incubation centers. And ideally, these would be spaces that provide access to both online and offline resources, access points to innovators to build skills and use tools. And also, they should be supported with trained experts that offer technical support to motivate these innovators and offer connections for the innovators to share and exchange knowledge. While building these spaces, efforts must be intentionally put towards designing them in such a way that they are broadly accessible for young people, regardless of their exposure or expertise, but also particularly for young people in rural areas. Consideration must also be given to these spaces to see how they can be more accessible to the end users of these agricultural technologies. And lastly, I think this is a very pertinent point that young people have expressed. They would like to be supported in income generation, entrepreneurship, and not only the expansion, but also survival of their small businesses. For young people to secure financing for new businesses, a lot is required from them. And so we could work, or the government could work with financial institutions to ensure that these requirements are more suitable for young people. In general, young people recommend that existing financial services should be made more youth-friendly. Microfinance institutions should also consider lending money to promising individuals with clear business plans, as opposed to prioritizing young people or those that are currently organized in groups. I think that's usually the priority in terms of providing financial services or loans to small businesses. This would therefore reduce the collective responsibility and the frustrations that many potential and talented young entrepreneurs are currently facing. And lastly, before I rest my case, I think there is a need for continuous investment in research and evaluation. And with that, I'd like to commend the existing work that the NPA is doing in collecting data, and also the proposed system that was mentioned by the previous speaker of the labor market information analysis system. Such is needed in order to collect the data that could help give us a clearer picture and help government and the private sector align, make data-driven decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charles. Charles, before I let you go, there's one issue that I've mentioned that has not been talked about in the paper, and that's the issue of the rapid population growth. Do you think that when we say that in Uganda, and that you have learned over time that you want to talk to us about, that this is what is in the kitchen right now that we are planning to do, to downgrade the profile of needs in this country? Raymond.
Thank you so much, our moderator. I don't know whether it was it's a cold afternoon or something. People were so quiet, I don't know. You're scared of it.
Let me say that tea is ready. They have served in the high table. They may not serve everybody. But feel free, when you see no congestion at the back, walk stealthily and get a cup of tea and warm yourself. Thank you, Raymond, for reminding me about that.
No, I was meant to say that people, I don't know whether people are very worried about the challenge. People are quiet, calm, not clapping, I don't know. But anyway,
they have cause to be worried.
But anyway, allow me thank National Planning Authority and Government of Uganda for being spot on, always taking keen initiatives like this to make sure that we keep in the know, and then they do research so that we don't get to the extent of getting the time bomb. Now that we are aware of the challenges, we can address them. It is true, Comrade Mondo, that we are implementing zonal industrial hubs. They are across the country. There are 19 of them under stewardship of State House, but we work with other government agencies. We work well with the Ministry of Local Government. They sourced the land where these hubs are. Totally, I think 80% it's government land. So people offered, the local government gave us land, and then we're able to construct and equip, and we've started the process of implementation. Implementation, we have gone now to intakes. We're going to start the next intake next month, and so far so good. The public is very much interested in this program. Actually, whenever we host leaders, because the way we design this program, it's a people-based program. Like how we select beneficiaries. They are selected by district leaders. Each district has a committee of 10 people. We have the chairperson for youth at the helm of this program, and of which we said that before they send us the beneficiaries, the chairman youth must sign on those few beneficiaries so far we are getting. Then we have the DISO, we have chairperson, Women Council. We didn't forget the people with the disabilities. The chairpersons are there on that committee. We have the elected leaders, that's the chairperson 5, or if it is, because we take administrative entities. These are district, cities, and municipalities. So the elected leaders take charge of that. Then also we have the RDC and DISO to vet and check the participants they send to us. So then we have the CAO heading the technical arm. We have the district production officer, agriculture officer, because we have a 4-acre model in. Then there's the district commercial officer because we have enterprise and value addition. So it's a committee of 10 people constituted at the district. They select these beneficiaries that come to zonal industrial hub. These 19 zones are zoned in the origin, I think, districts of Uganda. Carefully, I think, spelled out by the president. So we have them across all over the country, and people have embraced. But the main challenge as implementers we face right now, we have too much pressure. People are interested in this program, and we have nowhere to accommodate these people at the moment. So it's also an opportunity that it's an intervention that has come on board, and people are interested in it to take off. So what must be addressed quickly is expanding this program. The hub has a capacity to hold around 600 per industry hub. Right now we're operating at 240 because these are residential programs. We pick people, even someone who has never stepped in class, as low, if you've never stepped in class, these are the people we've been talking about in NEETs here. These are the people we are targeting. You've never stepped in class, no academic qualification, we pick you and skill you and become productive, and you go and into gainful employment. We have got testimonies of people who came without even, like in Napak. In Napak, we got these Karachunas, people who are wrestling. Now they came, we skilled them, they are productive. They are busy welding. Not knowing English or anything does not stop you from picking a skill and being productive and being self-sustaining. So those are the interventions we are doing so far. But would like to expand this program so that many people can benefit from it. There are regions, for example, like Busoga. Busoga, we have 15 administrative units within the Busoga zone. And if they share a small number of 240, because we wanted the people to concentrate and we teach them in 5 months so they get hands-on these skills in 6 months. So you can't have desk calling people, so it's a residential program. We provide for them meals, accommodation, and it's a free program, free of charge, catered for by government of Uganda with stewardship of the president. So we would like to expand, first of all, the dormitory capacity now so that we can be able to accommodate at least 600, operate at full capacity. And then next, of course, we have plans already. We've made plans. So if I've seen policy leaders here, I've seen members of parliament here, if they can support it, I think it will go ahead. And to tell my brother Hilary Chiaga, Honorable, this program, much as it is hosted in State House, we say no politics. In these committees, as for beneficiaries who come, we make sure that the beneficiaries have come from all the political divide. For example, the Mayor Ginger is on my committee in Busoga, and is a member of the National Unity Platform. So to say the LC5 of Mitiana, Mr. Nshime, the Mayor of Mitiana Municipality, much as they're in opposition, they are. Even when we had a graduation recently in Acholi, you saw Honorable Gilbert Olanya. He was there, really. This is something we don't need to do politics here. Like these people have explained here, this youth have, if challenges, if things escalate, they know nobody. Okay. So we have a plan, one, to expand to full capacity, then equipping. We've talked about Juakari. There's the Juakari kit the director talked about. For us, we believe that you don't need to work in isolation. You have to work with other government agencies.
And Raymond, that's the point I want to drive on. And the director has decried the fact that there seems to be a lack of coordination in many of the interventions we have in government. So our thinking is that perhaps the resources could be enough, but we seem to be disjointed. How is the industrial hubs, how are they linked to what the director has talked about? And what is your view about the whole of government approach or the multi-sectoral strategy to solving the problems of needs?
Yeah, I think as industrial hubs, we are trying to play a bit of a coordination role. And I think if we came together, we can do better. Because when you go in districts where programs are hosted, like Emioga, YRP, all these good PDM, they still tell you that go and tell the president to equip these people with 1 million when they are graduating. Now imagine, there is a Emioga program already in existence. There's the Juakar kit there. You want us to be like these functions where you find it's a ceremony, they are planting a tree, fortunately it is raining and someone has a watering can. Now, that becomes very funny. So We are saying we need to come together and coordinate, and we are in, I think, steps of inviting the Minister of Gender, Microfinance Support Center, to come on board, and we see all these opportunities that are there so that we can equip these people. Because before, we would do in the skilling, the girl child, what one colleague was talking about here, we used to finish and give someone 1 million. But we found it was not effective. Now what we are saying, we are planning that apart from that individual equipping, you also class and organize these people. For example, we have tasked district leaders, like within the trading town councils. If you can get land available there, we can create a showroom, like we have done one in on Express Highway here. So that when these people leave Industrial Hub, they have been skilled, they go to their respective districts. One, they have somewhere they can converge to create a market. Two, also they have been equipped with maybe some machinery they can't access at the moment, can't afford, which we will teach them with. Then they are able to transit slowly, and when they are picked up, then it can be a revolving kind of program. After 3 years, you can leave and start your own enterprise, and then other newcomers keep.
Thank you, Raymond. When I get back to you, I'll be asking you who should convene these diverse teams. Should it be Office of the President? Should it be State House? Should it be Prime Minister's Office? Should it be NEPA? Be thinking about that. I'll be getting back to you.
Okay,
can I now move to Mr. Ochaya? Mr. Ochaya, you are coordinating YRP and UWEP, which some people feel they are skeletons now. But you're going to tell us, how can we best orient the skilling programs and programs geared at accessing youth to finances towards creating employment and entrepreneurship development for NEETs? I was taken aback when in the presentation I learned that Uganda loses approximately 102 billion annually as foregone pay as you pay as you earn tax because of the NEETs are disengaged, so they are not in employment, and so you can't tax them. And so how do you find your program, YRP and UWEP, in addressing this problem so that we can get the 102 billion for the economy? That would be a good boost for even what Raymond is talking about. We can plow that into more training.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, my brother Mondo, and the active audience. Just to put the participants in the perspective of YLP.
Julius, can you use the microphone? Pressed somewhere.
I have already pressed it. Okay, maybe it is far. Okay, just to put my dear people in attendance in the perspective of YLP and WEP. These are government programs solely financed by government of Uganda resources, and we give 18 up to 79 years. The youth, our partners are supposed to use the money for 3 years to ensure that they improve on their lives, and within the 3 years, they should have returned the money. And the money is given to other people who are waiting. So it is a revolving fund. And we give this money to people who are in groups, numbering 5 to 15. For the youth, 30% must be female. Julius, or if all of them are female, no
Julius,
problem.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
You give money, you lend money.
Well, okay.
Yes, because we want to be clear.
It is
because
a
if
loan.
you give money, I don't have to return.
You have to return it.
So
you have to return it. You have to return it. Okay. That's why I'm saying it is revolving. You have to return it, and then you give it to other people. And so you can say we lend money interest-free. Yeah. There is no interest. And I was saying the numbers should be 5 to to 15, and 30% should be female, especially for the youth. Among the objectives, one of it is to provide marketable vocational skills, and that fits into this, what we are talking about, the NEETs. In the perspective of the NEETs, under the youth, we have so far reached around 281,000 youth. And of these, actually 61.5% fit in the category of the NEETs. I am talking of 34.6% as school dropout. These are the people we have reached. I'm also talking about those who have completed primary, but they have nothing to do. That is 20.6%. And I'm talking of those who have never attended any schooling, and that's around 8%. If I add persons with disabilities, they're around 2.8%. So we are there in the ecosystem of the NEETs already. Now, we give skilling, or we skill the youth. And as I said before, this is a loan. And the maximum amount of money we give is 25 million for the group. But the average has been around 9 million shillings. And the youth or the women are free to choose any enterprise or any type of skill they want, as long as it is legal. Like, for instance, the youth cannot say they want to go and retail petrol or fuel because it is illegal. You must have a petrol station. But they can do also, oh, you want to sell marijuana because it is very productive. But it must be legal. Now, coming back to your question, how have we been doing it? First of all, there is no entry requirement. And remember, it is the youth who requests for the money or the women who request for the money. So it is like a demand-driven. You don't request, we don't provide it for you. So number one, there is no entry requirement. As long as you are a Ugandan and you feel you fall within the age bracket, you are done with that. And you should be able to participate in the skilling program. Number two, the content and the duration is decided by the beneficiaries. For us, we just give broad themes like tailoring, metal fabrication, but the way it is done is decided by the trainees and the trainers. And it is the trainees who select the trainers. That is a beauty with it. And we don't collect anybody in a powerful building somewhere. These skilling programs are delivered within the locality of the youth themselves. So we don't encourage an arrangement where these youth are taken somewhere and then trained and something like that. No, once you have given them the money, that they have identified their trainer, they identified the training venue. Within the money we give, we provide for a budget for the trainer and for hiring the facility. So then they proceed with the training. Normally, the minimum we have been doing is 2 months, and the maximum has been 6 months, depending on the technicalities involved. When the youths are being trained, they are provided with the tools and to ensure that they are not cheated by the trainers, but also that the skills they should have acquired at the end of the period is acquired. The other thing that we do is the use of the local experts. In every village, in every sub-county, you get local experts who are maybe, if a group wants to do salon service, start turning the hair to look very beautiful. There are people who are doing it already. So we link them to these local experts, one for the purpose of polishing their skills, but secondly also for marketing. What my colleague, the researcher, talked about, the issues of the soft skills. It is already the people who are in the business who are helping them to do that. And it has worked so well.
Julius,
yes.
This program started financial year 13-14.
Yes, please.
It will be 10 years next year. If given an opportunity, what would you do differently? In two sentences.
What we do differently, I think there are, number one is the issue of standardization. I'll give you an example. There is a youth group in Rubaga who are doing liquid soap. Then they got a market in some of the supermarkets, but the supermarkets could not put their products on the shelves without the standards from UNBS. So they had around 4 different types of products, and they were being charged by UNBS for each product around 1.2 million shillings for each product, and the youth could not manage. So the issue of standards, I think the government entities, if we can come together and then subsidize these rates, because we know if a youth group has benefited from YLP, they just need an introductory letter from the PS. Then also the process of acquiring standards. The other thing that we do differently is the cost of skilling. Currently, this cost of skilling is covered as a loan, and that scares the youth and the women. If we are given the chance, we would have the cost of skilling not as part of the loan, but this would be part of it would be like a grant.
Thank you, Julius. We are running out of time, but I'll be coming back to you to shed more light about the GROW program. Everybody is talking about the GROW program. How is it linked with the current programs? How will it link with the different interventions that we have in the country? But let me turn to Dr. Julian Adieri Omara, founder and CEO Delight Uganda Limited. Dr. Julian, you have a wealth of experience in the issues we are talking about, creating employment for both the women and the young people, issues of ensuring that people go into self-employment. What are some of the things in your view that you think can work and work so well for the young people that we are talking about?
Thank you. All protocols observed.
And by the way, before Dr. Julian comes in, we agreed with my team that we shall observe a minute of silence. Dr. Julian lost the father last week. That's true, last week. And so even coming here is because she's made of steel. She wouldn't have come. So can we observe a minute of silence in remembrance of Julian's father? May your father, who is your role model, rest in eternal peace.
Amen. I'm so delighted, and I want to say thank you, Mr. Mondo. I'm a doctor in agriculture and rural transformation, and I work a lot with the informal sector. And this is, I think, a right topic for me. Youth, neither in employment, nor education or training. Those are the people we work with. To me, I believe they need to be shown what to do and how to create employment for themselves. Because you will agree with me, if you've not gone to school, you are not at school, you are not skilled, you are not trained, where can you go? apart from creating your own employment. We've managed to do it in Noya, and I think I have people with witness, like our professor here, he was there. We have managed to transform 11,800 outgrowers. How have we done it? We bring them to the institute in the evening at our Delight Farm Institute for hands-on skilling. We start with psychology, mindset change. We talk to them that evening when they arrive at the farm. Early in the morning, we do the farm tour. It takes us like 5 to 6 hours for our youth to see, our women to see what we have managed to do. After that, we take them in the garden. We show them how we have managed to do it. Starting from the nursery, the orchard, we have a dairies model where we do seasonal crops. In northern Uganda, time and memorial, they do season crops, and every year in, out. We just improved their model. We put in cash crop. Now we start, after showing them how you integrate the two, in the season crop, like the first season, you plant granules, you plant simsim, you plant beans, you can get 2 to 3 million in an acre. In the second season, you can do a puripuri sorghum, you can do millet, you get also 2 to 3 million per acre. When the cash crop you put in, that has been mangoes. With the mangoes, when it is 4 to 5 years, you start earning 3 million. When it reaches 7 million, the 7 years, you can get 8 million. Now, when you calculate the 8 million, that is per year, plus the money you get from the season crop, which is like 6 million, you are earning more than $1 million. You are a person who have not gone to school, but you've learned by doing. And we don't charge any fee at our institute, so long as you are willing to give in, to come and we do together. And we have managed to transform the informal sector. As I talk today in Noya, if you come and talk about Adieri, if you are the MP, you will never get a vote. Because for us, they know Adieri is their donkey. Adieri has shown them how to make money, how to create employment, and how to parent the children. We get the old mothers who have never gone to school. When we sit in the evening, we start planning the life journey, how to be rich. That is always our topic. And when we all agree, yes, everybody has the capacity to be rich, whether you have money, whether you have land, or whether you have nothing in life. I want to say thank you to the people of northern Uganda. A daughter in the north has never been denied of land. We have more than 11,000 land user rights within our custodian. It's a matter of going, you beg for land. They say, okay, you are not taking away the land, use the land. We use our hands to take the land because we know we don't have the money, because for us we don't have any support from government. At times we get development partners who chip in now and then. When they are not there, it's a responsibility of us, social entrepreneur, to transform the women, the youth, and ensure that they work for themselves. I want to tell you Ugandans, we have it all, and we are the richest in the whole world. There is nowhere in the world where you can get 2 seasons in a year. The flat land is for mechanized agriculture, and a season where you can grow everything it grows. I want to invite you to come to Noya. We have managed to establish a farm of 2,000 acres, all planted. We've never borrowed. 2,000 acres. 1,000 acres of mangoes, 300 acres of guava, 50 acres of citrus. We have planted all the fruits, jaca fruits. This year we planted macadamia. We planted cashew nut. Macadamia is 50 acres. Cashew nut, we have at least 26 acres. Professor is there coming. He came with a team from National Planning Authority. He will be my witness. My sister, Victoria Secretary, has been there. People have seen the farm. We have done it from nowhere, a humble, poor beginning. And I want to assure you, in Uganda, it's your responsibility, it's my responsibility to create employment. Those people who have not gone to school, government cannot manage them because, one, the technical team, the way they train and the way they skill, they tell people what to do. But for us, we show people what to do and how to do it, and they make their own money. And it's also our responsibility as parents to parent. May the soul of my daddy rest in peace. We grow up at 5 in the morning. We used to go to the garden, dig, and we had a calendar. By 7, you are preparing to go to school, and we started all. I will tell you about my cousin brother, who is a Director General now. We were there burying our dad. He said, yes, he made me to be a man what I am today because we were parented. And that is a gap which was missed from the beginning. And for us, we start with that gap now, getting the old mothers, so that they can take up their responsibility to talk to their children, to be responsible enough to work for themselves. The more you think into government, you are going to have those funds and you donate handouts. No, you're just spoiling us. You're just disorganizing us. We want government to do your part. We need you to work on infrastructure. We need to have the power, we need to have the roads, we need to have the industry set up or interest-free money so that for us as investors, we can borrow the money and set the industries and run them on the way we run the private sector. I started Delight Uganda in 1996. Up to now, there is no month I've ever failed to pay taxes. There is no month I have ever failed to sell shares. Even up to now, I send a lorry. They go route selling. They bring back the money. I have to pay the workers. I have to pay everything to meet all, no matter however hard the situation is. Even when these things of taxes became so hard, one thing I learned, government is a big brother. You must pay all the taxes. You must meet your obligation, and you must pay the workers. So I really want to recommend National Planning Authority when you are planning, first do your part as government. If we can have all the infrastructures and organize the market, for us as private sector, we can create our own employment. Because when I look at the outgrowers we work with, majority of them have managed to expand from 1 acre to 2 acres, others from 2 acres to 3 acres. We have managed to run the institute minus a single support from government. And even to make roads, what hurts me more is the idea to make a road when we made the 28-kilometer road. If the road is made, the power is there and the support, because we signed the MOU with Ministry of Agriculture. If I need the technical team, I just call maybe the PS or the technical team, Ministry of Agriculture, to come and help me. We've worked well with Noya District. I even got an appointment on the local development program as a member, and I'm really serving. So I really want to encourage you people who are in the room to be the investors, to create the jobs, because you all will leave your formal employment and you have to retire. Where are you going if you cannot start your own firm and create jobs for other people to come and work for you? I won't tell you that we are the richest in Uganda. The 41% we are looking at, those are the people to produce the raw materials we need in our industries. Those are the people to produce the rice we can export than buying rice from Tanzania. Those are the people to produce the simisim, to produce the beans, or we need to sell outside Uganda. We only need to make a few adjustments to look at the smaller needs of those people who have not gone to school, the youth, and also to talk to them. If I can tell you, I've been calculating a lot of billions. I was calculating planting in macadamia, 10,000 trees. Then my mind said you can plant 15,000, making 5 billion per year. That is because from one tree you can make, after 7 years, 200 kilos at the cost of 3,000. That is 600,000 per tree. Now, if I have 15,000 trees, that's how much money am I making? Do I need to go to borrow? Do I need to depend on anybody? I want to say, Ugandans, it's our responsibility to organize ourselves and do things well, and also work together with government, because it is us who are government. If I had remained in Kawempe making only years, by now I would have closed. But because I went to Noya, I got the land. I did not buy all the land. I did not have the money. But we negotiated with the landlord that, okay, plant for me. I plant for him here. He give me the free land on this. So Ugandans, we need really to have our country at heart. We must serve. If you are in a government, get your money, invest with us. If you are earning a salary, at least a third of your money, invest it. We are planting a forest right now. That forest will never be cut till 30 years. We intended to plant at least up to 500 acres. And with the community, we have already signed with TRIO to ensure we plant 10,000 hectares of trees, including the medicinal trees, like neem trees. We also will be making our own insecticide to treat our fruits, where we start getting medicinal plants. We have it all, and we have done it. I want to invite people to come in Noya, come and see. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julian.
Thanks so much.
Now, fellow Ugandans, if you had to invest and push a developer, a local developer, where would you put your money other than putting it into Julian's enterprise? Started with a wheelbarrow, $100 and a kettle. Now, 2,000 acres, 11,800 outgrowers, and employing 1,000 Ugandans. Where else can we invest? Now, Mr. Jacobo Eyero, Chairman, National Youth Council of Uganda, you came in, you have listened. What's your take on this discussion going forward?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mondo. I want to commend the speakers before me for the great job. I also want to commend the efforts of the National Planning Authority. These issues of numbers in Uganda seem to come from so many places. National Population Council deals largely with the question of the demographic dividend, and they get their own numbers of describing the problem among the youth. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics is legally and statutory mandated to have numbers, and sometimes I feel like the numbers confuse people. And as you heard, the Commissioner for Labor was disputing the numbers. I think young people in Uganda don't care so much about numbers. I think young people care about opportunity. Do they feel these things we are saying? When we say the Youth Livelihood Program exists, we have given out money to 240,000 youth. Do 10 million people feel the presence of 240,000 receivers? Because the number is 10 million who are youth, 240,000 have received. When we say the skilling program for the president is admitting 240 people, does the rest of the community feel the impact of that presence? No, none of the NEETs is really interested in what the numbers look like on a national scale. They don't even have the money to reach Serena Hotel. What, therefore, do I feel like we should focus on? For me, the questions are in whether our models are working.
and whether we are serious about the workability of our model. I'll give you an example. The Presidential Skilling Initiative has tremendous capacity in skilling. Tremendous. I've visited about 2 hubs. The National Executive Committee of the Youth Council has been visiting many hubs across the country. And even as someone who attended mechanical engineering school in Makerere, I could not believe the equipment level in the Presidential Skilling Hub. But the young person, the young man, the young woman who is skilled leaves and they go back to being a NEET. As soon as they are left, extremely skilled, no startup kit. The Ministry of Gender, on the other hand, has a program called Green Jobs. The role is to give out startup kits, largely. And they go around giving out, but the State House Skilling Hub needs startup kits, and they don't have. For me, it's about whether these things are working. And this is where we need to get serious as a country. If you have one program that gives out skills, the other program that gives out machines, why, for the future of this country, don't they sit on the same table? That's the first question. I've been moving around the country. You've talked about 10 years of the Youth Livelihood Program, but it's actually 6 years. For 4 years, the program has been stopped. For 4 years. In 2019, government stopped recapitalization, and money basically stopped revolving. So between 2019 and the entry of COVID, the program had what I can call a seizure medically. You are neither knowledgeable about the presence of money, but nobody is also asking you to bring back the money. The program nearly died. Because the young person who had a debt said, since I have the opportunity to finally eat, and there is COVID, and the government has said the program is going to PDM, therefore there is no reason for me to pay back. The National Executive Committee, and I'm glad some of the members are here, and the National Youth Council insisted that money that the country has invested in young people, if you are saying there are some that are getting it right, the next level is to ask, what are the rest getting wrong? It is not why, therefore, should we shift from this program to the next without seeing what makes this program succeed. I remember our fight. I think the Minister of State for Youth is here. She can bear us witness. I don't know how many times we engaged them as ministers and insisted, until they went to cabinet and said, if we don't rest this matter, the youth leadership will not rest the matter. As I speak to you now, because of that fight, 38 billion, not just for youth, but even women, benefited from the energy of the youth effort. Returned into circulation. Just last financial year, just moving around, over 500 new youth groups were able to receive startup money. The NEET does not really care who is bringing the money. What they need is the money to go into the field and have some competitive leverage. That is where this room should have focus. How do we get opportunities to this group? Not specifically how many are they, why has a problem come, and what targets do we need to have? How do we solve the problem? These are the opportunities. How do we solve the problem? And I'm glad today we've had a good attempt from National Planning Authority on what the solution should be. And there are some models. I was just noticing one. The International Labour Organization has 3 models for addressing the NEETs problem. It says, depending on where financing is going globally, you need to strategically either use a greening model, a caring model, or a digitizing model. The greening model is how Uganda has a Green Jobs project. Global financing towards startup is becoming a language of sustainable financing and green jobs, green industrialization, sustainable development. And unless we are able to anchor around that, you can't tap into that money. There is a lot of money in something called the Adaptation Fund, which can help farmers start irrigation schemes even on small scale. If you ask how many of the Uganda Farmers Federation know about the Adaptation Fund and who is allowed to present your proposal on behalf of Uganda to the Adaptation Fund, I bet you not, there will be only 1% of farmers that know about it. There is a digitizing model. One of the propositions here has been the BPO, that we can use business process, I forget the fullness, but it's outsourcing people to do for your business somewhere. India has the best modeling of this. The biggest necessity for BPO business is internet sustainability and reach. The digitizing model of the International Labour Organization says, how do you get more people receiving information at a very cheap rate, and that will just catalyze market development? And young people will tell you, when we closed Facebook because of politics, the number of youth businesses we had was also a conversation on its own that needed to be compared either pre or post the decision. If we say we were handling politics, then we can say, after how long do we come back to the conversation of what were we hurting? Because we've never come back to that conversation. I have spoken to the Minister of ICT about it, and we've never come back to it. But you go to Kenya, you go to Rwanda, you go to Tanzania, and you cannot believe how many opportunities are brought out because young people just have digital access. The other model is the caring model. We are talking about neither in employment, but the other two are very critical: education or training. Education is not the mandate of the NEETs. It's the mandate of our government, for which I am a member, for which many of us here are members. If we are to check, for the last 10 years, all National Planning Authority documentation has pointed to the need for vocational training being a priority. But that has never translated into serious advocacy for UBTEC as an institution, TVET as institutionalized financing from the government priority. When we met the president the first time we had the idea of the skilling hubs, we said, Your Excellency, good and as beautiful and as caring as it is, it does not solve the problem in the scale we require. Either you finance a district level skilling hub with a capacity of at least 1,000 young people, or we get something that answers the numbers question. And Biamugisha has just told you, engineer has just told you they have a problem with the numbers. 240 means one person per sub-county for 8 districts. Now, in Kampala alone, if you picked one person from every sub-county, in Kampala the equivalent of a sub-county would be a parish. You are joking.
Now, Jacobo, in Uganda they say, Soko tekewa kati.
So let me just mention my statement.
Simba wakati, okay. This discussion is becoming very interesting. And I don't want to cut you short. I want us to continue interrogating this subject, but I must do something around this time. The representative of the Right Honorable Prime Minister has another business to attend to. And so I have negotiated, and we have agreed that she will come, make her statement, then she will take leave of us. Then we continue with this discussion, since the discussion is extremely interesting. May I now take this rare and singular honor to invite Honorable Sarah Mateke Nyiramashisi, representing the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, to come and make a statement. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable members of parliament who are here, heads of the diplomatic missions, representatives of development partners, the chairperson and members of the National Planning Authority, permanent secretaries here, government officials present, youth leaders here, both from NYC and UNSA, members of the press, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For the interest of the record, I'm not the Prime Minister. This is Nyirabashitsi Sarah Mateke, the Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development, Charge of Youth and Children. Apologies from the Prime Minister. She was on her way here, but due to other conflicting duties, she was unable to reach here because she was called for another activity. So I'll read her speech as it is written. It is my pleasure and joy to join you to this 13th National Development Policy Forum, focusing on the situation of the youth, neither in employment nor education or training in our country. Civic engagement is another cornerstone of a thriving society. I therefore would like to thank the National Planning Authority for providing this platform where invaluable voices and perspectives of people, including the youth, can be heard so as to contribute meaningfully to the development of our nation. As government, we recognize the well-being and future prospects of our youth as being paramount to our collective progress. It is distressing to acknowledge that some of our youth find themselves in a state of hopelessness and disconnected from the opportunities like education, employment, and training which could be provided. We must reflect upon why this situation has persisted, despite the different government initiatives targeting the youth. What are those systematic barriers that hinder the access of our youth to tuition-free UPE and USE? Are there challenges in our workforce with the evolving demands of the job market? Are there gaps in support systems that prevent young people from making informed choices about their future? The NRM government is committed to a multi-pronged approach to addressing the bottlenecks to education and employment. First and foremost, we will continue with our efforts to enhance equal access to quality education at all levels. This includes strengthening and supporting the vocational training programs and creating pathways for lifelong learning to ensure that no youth is left behind. Furthermore, we will actively engage with industries and other employers to better understand their needs and to foster collaboration in providing meaningful opportunities for NEETs. This will involve developing apprenticeship programs, internship initiatives, and other avenues that bridge the gap between education and employment. We also recognize the importance of the robust support system for the young people navigating this transitional phase. As His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has emphasized on several occasions, in addition to knowledge or skills acquisition, the different youth initiatives and programs should focus on ensuring that our youth, especially the NEETs, have discipline and the right ideology to become productive. In addition, with programs such as Parish Development Model, EMIOGA, Youth Livelihood Program, the Youth Venture Capital Fund, we want to ensure the youth are effectively participating in the money economy by engaging in the 4 sectors of commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT, and we shall also continue to support all these with government funds. Furthermore, we recognize the vital role of entrepreneurship and innovation in driving the economic growth and job creation. Initiatives to support young entrepreneurs, facilitate access to capital, and promote innovation hubs will continue to be prioritized. By fostering our environment that encourages creativity and enterprise, we strive to empower our youth not only find employment, but also become creators of employment. I call upon all stakeholders, including development partners, education and training institutions, civil society organizations, and the private sector to join us in this endeavor. I believe that together we can create an environment where every young person has the chance to thrive, contribute, and realize their full potential. Thank you for God and my country. And I take this honor to, I continue?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for that very impressive statement. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to request that you step back so that we do the launch of the NEETs report, and you will not close because we are going to continue after your departure. Can I request the country rep, UNFPA, and the chairperson, National Planning Authority, to come in front and join the Right Honorable Prime Minister? Can I have the tab on which the Right Honorable Prime Minister is going to sign? Yes, Right Honorable Prime Minister, they have connected it here. We request that, can I request the PS, Minister of Gender, to join? I'll have, the Right Honorable Prime Minister will sign. And it will be followed by the chairperson, National Planning Authority, and followed by the country representative, UNFPA. The note in education, not in employment, and not in a training report has been officially launched by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, represented by the Honorable Minister of State in charge of Youth and Children Affairs, here at Serena Conference Center, Uganda. PS Minister of Gender is signing, and the Executive Director, National Planning Authority, please sign. And to make this more authentic, I want to request the Chairperson, National Youth Council, to come and sign on behalf of the youth of Uganda. Mr. Chairman Jacob Beyeru, please come forward and sign on behalf of all the young people in this country. And shortly, the Permanent Secretary will be seeing off the Right Honorable Prime Minister. But Permanent Secretary, please come back, because we may have some questions to answer. And we are going to continue with the rest of the program. Now, Honorable Jacob Beyeru, before we go into engaging with the rest of the people who are here to make their contribution. Jacobo, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Identified emerging economic centers in the countryside as key to solving our problem. If you tech, for example, emerging initiatives in tech, I was just sharing with the NSSFMD the other day that what is the likelihood that someone from Gulu will win the $20,000 that you put in High Innovator? What is the likelihood that someone in Mbarara will win it? Someone in Arua? If we cannot model in such a way that people get economic opportunity very close to where they actually call home, our modeling still has a problem. We must shift. And I have been very clear on this to the Planning Authority. We must shift. Job centers should be created in the new cities. Kampala, everyone knows Kampala. But the likelihood that young people from Acholi, from West Nile, from Kabari, from Teso will end up in Kampala as the solution for jobs does not make sense to me in terms of the national picture. And in terms of the distribution of NEETs, you can even see that it does not make sense at all. The first program that we have had that seems to have balancing of money across the board is a parish development model. The parish development model is having at least 10,500 parishes receiving at least 100 million per financial year. The model is using 1 million shillings per member per household chosen. Now, for the first time, we have a program that gives 10 million people in Uganda 1 million shillings in 1 year. So it means over 5 years of implementing this program, if we don't repeat, this program is going to give 50 million people 1 million shillings. I don't know if people get that to sink in. 50 million people having 1 million shillings, to use Nwoya, for example. In Nwoya, depending on which constituency you're in, one of the constituencies say they have better fertile land. You can hire an acre for 100,000 a year, or you can hire an acre for 200,000. The easiest send-to position for the NEETs is either agriculture or simple skilled jobs. 1 million shillings can help someone do only 1 acre of maize over a season. 1 acre. If that program exists in your country, and you are talking about over a 5-year period having at least 50 million people accessing such amounts of money, you are talking about the whole population of Uganda plus the children getting at least 1 million shillings each over 5 years. And yet we are saying, no, that will not be the case. We'll deal with only those below poverty. If you are a serious country, such a program must not have an ounce of corruption. You must stamp out any possibility of corruption in such a program and jump on it and help the president implement it. But even before the program has started, very seriously, you're already finding leakage. People are already having to pay kickbacks to be considered. Local communities are polarizing the program. And I like what engineer said. Remove politics from what helps the country develop in terms of economic capacity, and you might be able to realize so much. In my movement, I realized that actually young people and women especially are saying, we want to receive the PDM money, but we are not very sure about the repayment plan. What's the repayment plan? And it's not being communicated clearly. In some cases, people are picking 200,000 instead of 1 million. And the parish committee says, it's okay if you want only 200,000 for your business, we give you. But what can 200,000 do? People are picking it out of fear, out of low information dissemination on a program that has been the talk of the town, of the country, for over 2 years. What does this mean? And for me now, I want to say this very clearly to all of us that have positions of authority. This means that people in positions of authority in this country are failing the country. The fact that people do not know how much they are supposed to get when an RDC has free airtime every week on every radio station he wants is a failure of the operation of that office. For me, this is how I think. And this is how I want us to face our country, with some reality. Let's not make it seem like things are rosy when things are failing. We should talk about where the problem is. And I'm not happy that the report did not have that component. What is the responsibility of strong governance and accountable governance structures in addressing this problem of NEETs? If you follow the discussion around budgeting, we have begun budget conferences now in the regions. Some of the institutions that fail to get budgeting the most are institutions of learning. He will tell you, they lack money for presidential skilling hubs to operate at full capacity. When you go to parliament to ask for that money, the politics will defeat you. The politics actually defeats you. So, in that sense, I want to say we need to have more seriousness in some of these things. Commissioner, I'm going to say a last statement that is going to be very wrong, but I will not have my conscience clear if I don't say it. I also don't think that it is right for us to be discussing NEETs, with all due respect, and the Minister of State for Youth walks out. I don't think that's right. I think that if we think this is a very serious program, for whatever reason, she should stay and stay the whole course of the program. Yes, I agree. And that's why I said, now me, I'm a politician, I can say that. Yeah. So I want to thank you. And perhaps the last point I will make is this. When we identify something that supports the country, we need to galvanize the country around that. It's extremely important. People should not view development programs in terms of political affiliation. No. It's very important. The Youth Livelihood Program is, for those of us that have been moving around, if we don't talk to youth of NRM who receive money and they are in positions of leadership, they don't pay back because they know, what can you do? Now, if I, as a national youth leader from the NRM party, do not tell them that this is about payment, it's not going to have payment. That is the reality we are dealing with. If you do not tell the mayor of Ginger City, like he has said, that this is not a program for NRM leaders, it's for youth who are vulnerable, he would think I should bash this program because it is brought by the NRM chairman himself. So we need to have an honest conversation and take this country to honest conversations. Then we can move forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jacopo, Chairman of the National Council. Talks about transformative. What works? Can you give me a clip of that innovation hub? This is a 3-minute clip to see what is working. And after that, I'll be getting to you the audience now.
My name is Arthur Mokembo. I lead the Future Lab studio at the Innovation Village. Innovation Village is building the best place in Africa to bring ideas to life. We do this because we're very passionate about transforming Africa through innovation. On a typical day, we convene outstanding tools, opportunities, and capital to power the most promising entrepreneurs in our society to transform it through technology or the use of technology. On the side of Innovation Village, we tend to focus more on your conventional small and medium enterprises and increasingly on a subset of those that are leveraging technology either as the primary enabler or as a key ingredient into how they create and deliver value in society. We do this across more than 13 sectors and act in more than 60 verticals across these sectors, and we're privileged to work with some truly outstanding young people in the work that we do. We then provide certain skilling programs all the way from foundational concepts in how to start a business through to more advanced concepts around scaling that enterprise, depending on which intervention these young people are working with us through. Around these, we offer a broad network of coaches and mentors and domain experts that give extensive support in way of advice to these young people to help them navigate various challenges around designing and implementing these ideas. And we are convening a growing network of local business angel investors, typically experienced entrepreneurs, senior executives, domain experts, so on and so forth, who are happy to give that fast risk capital to these young people to help them grow their idea. Let's work with communities to broaden mindsets around pathways that our young people can take. For us, is to commend National Planning Authority, the government of Uganda, and very many other stakeholders who have come together to make this possible, is to commend us and to encourage us to keep going in this effort and to share our learnings in intervention so that we can continue to rally more support, more action, and more urgency around this issue going forward.
Thank you. Innovation Village, I don't know how many have been there. If you haven't, we need to go there and see what can work and how we can borrow a bit from such innovations. I now open up for all of you to give your take. And in the interest of time, one person, one idea, so that we can have about 5 people. Then we should move towards those who short from the panel, and then we call it an evening or a night or a day or whatever you want to call it. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That will do. Can I start with Mercy here?
Mercy.
She's right there. Okay, I will get through there.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity. And my name is Kanyes Jemasi. I am Secretary for Legal Affairs National Youth Council. I'm glad to meet all these members here. First and foremost, I would like to thank the panelists. You have really done a great work. And I think most of young people, they have got information from you because I didn't know about the program of Madame Julian because it was really so interesting and I learned from her. That's so good. But there's something that you didn't talk about, but I really need to raise some issue. I would like to thank the government of Uganda for really supporting young people in agriculture and supporting the small, medium enterprise. Realize that over 200 billion, 800 billion in Bank of Uganda, it is allocated for agriculture to support young people. 200 billion, it is allocated for young people to support their medium and small enterprise. Okay, that. So the challenge is that the terms of reference. If we talk about terms of reference, we need, let me say, collateral security for me to access those funds. If we are really intending good for young people, we need to know, do these young people have this? That means we are not utilizing the money. If I had the collateral security, sure, I wouldn't be going for that money. I would use that, to get maybe a loan from the bank, and I do my business. But if you're making it hard, so if the government could really see how they can regulate or reduce the process and the reference of getting that money. Also not forgetting that it takes 6 months to access that money. Really, where would that young people would be? Yeah. Also, I want to talk about, I think this goes to Mr. Julius, about the issue of YLP. Yes, I must say, as National Youth Council, one of our roles is to monitor government programs. And we have been doing this, and we have seen where the challenges are. Of recent, I was in Eastern Uganda. I realized, yes, YLP, it is really helping young people. But other people are not benefiting from it because the money is revolving fund, and other young people are not, like, they are not taking the money back. So that's a challenge. That means other people, they cannot access that fund. Or what I am suggesting is the government to recapitalize the fund, and enlighten or train young people before they get that money that they need to take it back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mercy National Youth Council. Then we have the 2 hands that are here. Before you make brief this way.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Kichoncho Brenda, Assistant Private Secretary to the President on Youth Affairs and also Female Affairs National Youth Council. I'm happy for the panel today, but first of all, there was no gender balance. And also, I would like next time we're inviting people to invite also other young people who are in business, who are facing challenges, to come and tell us what they face. And another thing, let's not come here to launch projects, and they stay in your desks, in your offices. Let us go back to the grassroots to implement these things. We are launching a program of youth who are neither in education nor educated, but all of us here, we are educated. All of us here, we are working. Why can't we go back to the grassroots, to the villages where uneducated people are, and we talk to them in the language they understand so that they can access this? So let this program go back to people, not to just come here and eat, and after we go and we keep in our pockets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Georgia. At Choncho, we are not launching a program. It's a report to show what is, so that we can design interventions. But thank you for your intervention. There were 2 hands here. Yes, can I have the 2 hands here? Then I go the other side. Then the lady behind you.
Oh, thank you very much, and greetings, friends. Mine is a call to all of us.
You remind us of your name, so that people will be answering know how to refer.
I am called Brian Nicholas Okabachi. And I work with the Youth Advocacy and Development Network, Uganda. Mine is a call to all of us. We are discussing, and we have talked a lot about young people who are either employed or not in trainings. But there's a concern of the common person down in, we talked about, there's a training center in Napak. I've personally visited that place. But how many young people who cannot even write their names that are benefiting from such a project? Me, Okabachi, I have the opportunity to even reach Serena Hotel. But there's another Okabachi down there who should be a main beneficiary, who doesn't have a Gambanug to attend or to access such training facilities. Let's think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Esther Ohurire, and I'm very glad to be here, and I appreciate the panelists. You did so well. But I'm more impressed by Juliana Adiel, if that's the name, and appreciations to you. But I am using your strategies to make my point. Since we have identified, you all can agree with me here, that agriculture has more opportunities for us all, not only the young, not only the youth. How do we make it attractive for the youth? And I'm posing this to the representative, was she called Mrs. Sechitoreko, Agriculture? How do we make it attractive for the youth? The agriculture, I know, I'm from the other side of cattle keeping, is that during dry season, the productivity is low, right? Our cows are dying. The whole cattle corridor is affected. We know all this. So how can we change this? Practicability. And Juliana was really hitting on all that. So, looking at policies like insurance and risk mitigation, which policies are there, which strategies are there to help us be assured that since we are depending a lot on the climate, how can we gain or keep on the pace when we are hit hard? What happens after my produce? You get my point. What happens after my produce? What are the markets there for us? What are the policies on the markets? How do we create value addition to entice the youth and every other person come on board? Thank you so much.
Can I have the mic in the middle here? Maybe this side. Here in the middle. Then we migrate this side.
Thank you very much, moderator.
And one of the things that people have been saying is how do we make agriculture sexy? I don't know what that means, but maybe Julian will tell us how are she able to attract young people into sowing in their hands.
Thank you very much. I'm Kabahenda Flavia Rabhoro, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development in the Parliament of Uganda. I want to address myself to only 2 issues, even if I had more. And the very biggest one came from Juliana. How can we take back the youth home? There is a job at home. But this modernity has taught us to look outside instead of looking inside. There is a job at home, and that is an Asian model. That we can even do cottage industries beginning from home. That we can only improve that activity that is at home, simple as it may be, and it creates employment for these young people. We have only individualized poverty. That you pull out the youth, then next you will come for the disabled in the same home. When the youth is poor, the whole household is poor. Let us go for the household model. Let us make sure that this household has a cottage industry in them, and then they can start producing at a very small scale, and then everybody in that household will be pleased and they will be happy. The second that I'm looking at comes from Mr. Raymond. He knows that I addressed myself to this when he was passing out these young people in Chenjojo. If a presidential skilling hub cannot be self-contained, so where else should we go? Because if the presidential skilling initiative does not tool, then it becomes a competitor with the mainstream vocational schools. Because it basically is offering the same thing. Or it is even creating skilled unemployment. So can you make this self-contained? Skill and tool and transit young people into service sector. Yes.
If the presidential initiative is needed, then who is going to be it? That's what you are saying, okay?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Kasiri Sendagire Mohammed. To those who listen to radio and TV, I declare that I'm coming for Lord Mayorship, Kampala. And I'm always on TV and radio. I'm glad that I've once worked with National Planning Authority in the Office of Procurement, then under Mr. Bagota, who perhaps may be left National Planning. But my concern here is on, it goes to Madame Juliet. Actually, I would like to inform that when we talk about agriculture, we talk about it as an engine for the whole entire state to run at the same pace. Yet, when you look at the urban setting, people in urban centers, the youth, people who try to earn a living, people who are on streets, their mindset is far quite different from what is printed all over the nation, in line with agriculture. What do I mean? Most youth, when you talk about agriculture, they will first think about the challenges. Here, government doesn't actually go in depth in line with challenges in a particular gap. 2, time. 3, earning, how you earn out of this. and energy, the energy you put in. Most young people are bread earners, you know. They get what they get is what they eat at that particular time. So the challenge in agriculture, I think government should go back and recheck on the earning, preaching about the earning, the time of, let me give an example, a crop, and then the challenges in agriculture in particular. Because here, for example, we're talking about unemployment, but most people are they feel better. They are uneducated, yes, but the way they earn, they feel they are comfortable. I've heard many border guys talking about their earnings, and it's quite far better than those even who are going to school. So I think we should go back, we need to go back and recheck on the earnings. It's very important. Thank you so much. And another thing, lastly, please. Currently in Uganda, one of the causes of unemployment is most young people think of music. They are so much entitled on music. Those who are not educated, they feel, if I'm not educated, the only opportunity now, the only chance for me is to join music. So government doesn't take it serious. But when you look at the population size and the mentality of young people, they only focus on music and politics. So it's important for government to again recheck on that. Thank you so much.
Sorry for inconvenience. Okay, thank you. I'm Samuel. I represent Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. I work as a policy and research officer. The issue of solving the problem of unemployment, especially amongst the youth, should start with the mindset of the family. I can give an example. As parents, we spend a lot of time doing nothing. Let's say from here, Serena, when I go back home, what do? I sleep at 10. I reach maybe at around 7. I spend from 7 up to the time I sleep doing nothing. When I go home, I ask my kid, how did the dinner go? Asking them about the soap. When kids come back from school, from 6 p.m. they reach home, they do nothing up to when they sleep. Unless we change the mindset of the family, so that kids grow up knowing that they have to do something. Thank you.
Pick somebody there, then you go to the next line. Pick somebody in that line, then you go to Honorable Victoria's Historical. Then we go to the last one. Then we come back this way.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. My name is Andrew Bessie. I work with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. I'm going to make a statement that will probably rub my supervisors the wrong way. My good friend Jacob Bayeru started by saying that we need to become serious as a country. And I agree with Jacob entirely. The problem we have in Uganda is just unseriousness. We're going to sit here and discuss NEETs, okay? And we will applaud ourselves for discussing NEETs. Now, NEETs will be totally ignorant of something we call PDM. And let me explain how. In his submission, Mr. Wandera from Ministry of Gender said Emyoga and PDM will contribute greatly to the challenges faced by NEETs. A very good statement. But then he contradicts himself and says that his ministry is in the process of coming up with what they call a national employment strategy. The focus should not be on a national employment strategy. The focus should be on what can Ministry of Gender do to make PDM successful. And that is why Jacob says, if we're a serious country, we must not have an ounce of corruption. So the biggest hindrance is too many government agencies all vying to be part of PDM, not for the benefit of the people of Uganda, but so that they can have a bigger budget outlay to have workshops and benchmarking trips. That is the problem we have in Uganda. So unless we address that, and I think in national guidance they call it mindset change, unless we change the way we view these things and become more intentional and more serious towards addressing them and understanding them and applying them, not in Kampala, but all over the country, I think we are just going to be doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Thank you. Indeed.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Victoria's Historical. Then I'll have the last hand there. And then we see how we can go forward. Honorable Historical.
Thank you very much.
It's normally very brief.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I could ask everybody to read what is on the board there. Youth, neither in employment, nor education or training. But the first important word is youth. It is unfortunate the Minister for Youth has left. Because I've got a question. Why is it that some things are only seen at exhibitions, but never in the document? Honestly, in Uganda, 70% of our population is below 40 years, which is actually youth. That is one. Two, this century which we are in is the century of the creatives. We had the agrarian reform, the industrial reform, the digital, now we are in creatives. But in the documents of Uganda, there is no creative anywhere. We are talking about solutions. Who tells you that every youth wants to go into agriculture? And even we people in agriculture don't want unwilling people. So there are quite a number of youths who are in the creative sector, but maybe some people don't understand what creative is. It is very difficult, if not impossible. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to be creative as a group. For example, I'm talking about comedians. I'm talking about singers. When Ed Kenzo is going to compose a song, you cannot tell him, get together with Lutalo and Cindy, and then you come and we give you $1 million. So when we are planning, let us be realistic. Look at what is on the ground, plan for it, and fund it. Finally, technical colleges. I agree with the lady there who asked about technical colleges. Honestly, when I was listening to the gentleman from the Ministry of Gender telling us how the trainees recruit their own trainer, I'm like, my God, tell me I'm not hearing this. We have got educated people who are unemployed, but that is exactly what they were trained to do. Now you are going to get semi-illiterates to train illiterates. Does that make sense? Finally, if we are talking about repurposing, we are talking about training. National Planning Authority has suggested that we repurpose the technical colleges. How can you leave technical colleges empty? One of the empty ones is in Ntinda. Ntinda is a very beautiful technical college. It is new. Everything is brand new. It is well equipped. But most of the time it is empty. So empty that one time they approached us and said, if you have got some youths who are doing nothing, please bring them. They were not going to pay. So back to everybody, youth, Minister of Gender, President's office, where you are improvising. Let us do things properly and professionally. Finally, we people in private sector don't want to hire people who are half-baked. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the gentleman in the brown jacket at the back? Then bring it here. Then we'll see whether we can get more time.
Thank you very much. Otima Ivan is my name. I work with the African Youth Development Link. I want to just raise one of the key points that has been raised. The youth neither in employment, nor education, nor in training. That means they're nowhere to be seen. But I want to just speak from the model Madame Julian has given us. We believe that our education system has a problem because even in the discussion here, no one is actually talking about if the youth is a transitional category of group, where do we target? Can we target young people as low as children when they are children and begin to nurture them? But again, we continue to create the assumption that everything that we have to achieve has to be at the end stream. Things can be at the downstream and we achieve them at the end stream. The point I want to raise very importantly, and I think it will be a very good emphasis, is the role of the private sector. She raises a very pertinent issue. and how her model is actually targeting that category. She does not believe, she's not asking for them the papers of education, of the background of what. She's just willing to say, okay, what do you have? You have the capability, you have the motivation. Can you come and we work? So if we don't have that transitional thinking and mindset as a country, then I think we are going to have everything wrong. The question I may want to raise, and maybe to the panelists, is at the end stream of our employment, is it necessity-driven or opportunity-driven? When you hear the stories of everyone wants to start an enterprise, it is because they're doing it because they have failed somewhere. Can we have an opportunity-driven enterprise country that government creates incentives so that young people can nourish and flourish in whatever they want to start? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll have one hand there. There's a hand there. Yeah, in front. Oh.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Stephen Batanuden Sobuga, interpretation consultant working with the government of South Sudan. Now, as you'll notice, we do a lot of work in South Sudan, and me and my team, we've been approached several times to impart skills to the youth in Southern Sudan. I want to task my contribution to Mr. Raymond Kamgisha that the youth who are participating in vocational skills need to be empowered more with tools acquisition. I've come in late because I had a Zoom meeting with the president of South Sudan over something. But I want to encourage Mr. Kamgisha to talk to our president to empower the youth more with tools. I don't know whether this has been provided for in the budget, because most of the time I'm not here. I'm flying over to review what's happening in the 10 states of South Sudan. So I want to ask you, talk to our president to put more resources into tools acquisition. I talked to President Salva Kiir, and he listened to me, and they are going to impart more with tools in all the 10 states of South Sudan, courtesy of my contribution. And he quickly listened to my contribution, and this is what they are going to do. So I tasked you with that contribution, talk to our president, he does that. Thank you very much.
Raymond, make an appointment for the guy to see the president. Why should he continue talking to the president of South Sudan without talking to ours? Now, what I want to hear is Siaga. What I want to hear is Siaga. Is he there? What I want to hear is Siaga. Yes, make your statement in one unpolitical statement.
Thank you very much. Surprisingly, when we are talking about important issues, we politicize, and I don't want to go there. But it is best seen that this is an important forum, but the people who have to take the message to the right organs are nowhere to be seen. We are discussing to ourselves the helpless. I want to run away from there. Let me talk about the creative store. As the Shadow Minister for Arts and Culture, this is an industry that has not been fully recognized by government. An industry that is established, that has taken off, but government is still coming up with new innovations that are going to be tested, but when the existing ones are not facilitated. I sit on the Gender Committee where my chair, Honorable Flavia, knows very well that I advocate for budgets. Every time the Ministry of Gender comes with its budget, they don't allocate anything for this industry. We cannot grow an industry. We cannot promote this global industry, which is recognized everywhere, but Uganda particularly has no interest in the industry. As an artist, when Eddie Kenzo has an event, let me say in Kololo, he employs the people we are talking about that night, thousands of them. They go home with money. But government will be comfortable telling us about parish development model, which they can't even locate. So I would advocate for investment where we can trace returns. For now, there are many things that take us to think that whoever has a nice proposal that will attract the man with the heart will pass. Everything we're talking about the youth is still being questioned. We don't have results. So, I would leave the floor asking government, let us go for these people and let us go to these people. Thank you very much. Dr. Hilderman is my name.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to give 1 minute to each of the panelists. I'll start with the chief panelist, who is the PS Minister of Gender. Yes, now I have authority to at least give you time. Can you please respond in a minute? Microphone. Microphone. Okay.
A minute.
30 seconds.
Now, number one, there is a saying that false accusations can ruin a person's life without evidence. Secondly, delegation helps a manager to multiply him or herself and divide and multiply their work. The presence of the minister does not require the physical presence of a minister. We saw here GIZ was represented by someone. The minister has delegated me. And for that matter, the minister is here. The person you see here is the minister. And I'll make sure all the very important issues you have raised are transmitted to the minister for appropriate action. Now, the issue of development and employment that we are dealing with is not a novel issue. Put differently, we want to be like South Korea, like Singapore, like Japan, where the issue of employment has been solved. Isn't that the case? The question then that we should be asking ourselves, and which we rarely ask, especially among my friends, the economists, is what did those who have developed do? Is what we are talking here what Korea, Japan, and everybody did? When we go back, we need to ask that question. And one of the central threads of my remarks was that the jobs don't happen. You just can't end malaria without a strategy. You can't end HIV without a strategy. So I would like therefore to reiterate that if we are going to deal with the problem of employment and beyond NEET, because NEET is just a component of what is called labor underutilization, we would like to see everybody employed. That is the goal of the government of Uganda. And to do that, we need a strategy, a set of actions across the different sectors within government and the private sector, which must be taken to make sure that we address this problem. Can it be dealt with? Yes. If others can do it, we can do it. I am the Minister Mondo. So give me an extra. That was Martin, now you give the minister. Now, the other point was that the creatives, our ministry has a very good relationship with the creative industry. And we listen. And arising out of the discussions over the years that we have had with the creative industry and the value clearly recognized from this industry as articulated by Honorable Sekitoreko, there is a strategy for promoting the creative industry which has been drafted, and a paper is going to cabinet on how the creative industry can be supported. Credit should be given where it is due. Most creative performances are at night. If there wasn't peace, there would be no battle between Cindy and Shiba in Kololo. So whereas money has not been given, a conducive environment has been created for artists to thrive. In the past, there was a lot of censorship. It's not there. You ask those who are in this country in the 80s and 70s, there are things you could not say. But musicians will say anything, talk show hosts will say anything, and it passes. Now, I would like to conclude by saying that skilling is important. But the question that we should be asking ourselves, how should this skilling be delivered? Should it be in training institutions? Honorable Secretary has talked of low enrollment in vocational training institutions. It does not mean that people are not interested in TVET, but people are rational. Because if one went to a garage, within 6 months they would be able to learn skills that would take them 2 years in a TVET institution. So they will go to one again. And that then is a very strong justification for the apprenticeship program that we have revitalized, learning on the job. We'll have to sit, Madam Chair of the Agenda Committee, you are here, and we rethink how should training be delivered. From where we stand at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we think it should be promoted through on-the-job learning, because there are people who leave school and do not have employability skills. You don't take them back to school, but they can learn on the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Julian, your parting shot in 1 minute.
Okay, thanks so much. We have managed to attract the youth at our Farm Institute. One, we have abundance. We have everything we need. We don't buy apart from salt and sugar. The youth want to eat well. They need to do exercise. We have a swimming pool, the local one. We do sports, we do dance, and we dig our own food, and we have abundance. And that's what we train them to have at their home. People come for internship, we train them for free, and we show them how to make money, how to be rich. As simple as that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Charles, parting shot, as Mr. Opio Stephen prepared to close this meeting on behalf of the UN fraternity. We open, we want you, because as we are talking of employment, to close. But you use 2 sentences. Okay, Charles.
Sure. My parting shot is very short, but in 3 parts. Firstly, the missing majority, which are the needs that we've been talking about. I think we need more of them in these spaces so we can also welcome their contributions. Secondly, when we speak of agriculture, I think we shouldn't only look at on-farm activities. The value chain is big. Let's also focus on off-farm activities, marketing, aggregation, and value addition. There are more employment opportunities there. And thirdly, this cannot be emphasized enough, digital skills. Let's make internet more accessible. Let's make it cheap for young people. Learning does not only happen in class, but there's a world of possibilities on the internet that young people can take advantage of and make a livelihood.
Thank you, moderator. I have quite many questions here, so allow me to go through them.
You have 2 minutes. We didn't need to do everything.
Okay. So one was asking about training youth into agriculture and emphasizing food security. Do we allow people pregnant? Yes. Yes, we do. We have them. our program. Then also we have a 4-acre model, which teaches different agricultural practices. They vary from place to place. We have said we have 19 zones. So what is grown in Karamoja is not grown in Acholi and varies from Kabale. So we have different ones. Also, we encourage value addition. We have value addition under industrial hubs. We have silos. We have so many things. One thing I've seen, I think we lack information. The public lacks information. Investors like her should come and see what we are doing in Unyama there, and maybe they can store a few things. There are facilities there government is trying to do. Someone was also asking about, they are talking about mindset. Yes, we partner with UPDF. They do mindset to our learners, our beneficiaries. Every morning, chakamchaka. They do chakamchaka, and we've seen people transform. Most people, like, I think would qualify very many people to go for that. Because someone comes from the street, they are not structured, they don't know about their country, they don't know about their personal hygiene and a few things, but in 6 months they leave when they are good. Another person was asking about the certification. We are accredited to give up to level 4. So give level 1, level 2, level 2, level 3 by DIT under the BITVET law. One thing this room didn't talk about is a great institution called DIT. If we must transform our country, you people, we need to go away from these academics of ours. I went to Makerere University, left College of Engineering with upper honors. I had gotten AAA at A level as a reasonable person. But I left Makerere. When I went to Sajan Construction for my job interview, they asked me, how many blocks are in 1 square meter? 9. I could not answer. They asked me, what can a bag of cement plaster? How many square meters? Some of these things I couldn't. So we need to take on serious training. These are things that we, like all of us here, we kind of joke, make a big joke. We talk about something, then we don't want to do it ourselves. No, let me, okay. Now that I've talked about the education, I knew you'd stop me. But to emphasize, you see, our education system, the way it is structured, we take people to school, pay school fees from senior 1 up to senior 6. Someone who has left Budo and done PCB, what can they do? Do they have any skill? God forbid you're out of the world or anything happens, nothing. So we call upon National Planning Authority, work with the Ministry of Education, empower DIT. So that in our schools, people teach things at home. Learn how to make bread, learn how to do something just within the comfort of your home. You're here at home, no skill. In case of something, you get crippled, you get illnesses, they are around, you can't do anything. So let's embrace skilling and let's support DIT and also become better. I will conclude with this. Members, we've talked about tooling and equipping. Sir, Mr. Minister, I'm coming on Monday with my team. Instead of littering, I'll call it, let me use a bad word, giving to those who are not ready. Government of Uganda, the same government has trained people, they need tools. So we'll equip them, pick from there, and our youth will be equipped. And the very, very last one, let's get serious. Members who are here, let's walk the talk. You lead a constituency of agriculturists, but you have no farm. You're from a society of fishermen and women, but you don't do what they are doing. Since we are in this beautiful pearl of Africa, let's go back and practice these things. People will learn from them if we are doing them. You're a member of parliament, the president has talked about the 4-acre model. Nothing. You have nothing to show to your constituents. So it is high time that all of us who have been privileged, the way we are here, we go and do things. An acre of coffee, 1 acre of coffee, a year you make 10 million shillings. In Uganda here. And people are still crying of salary, what, we need increment, yet we really have everything. So I would like to thank National Planning Authority and you for giving us this opportunity to showcase these ideas, but I think we should come together and really walk the talk and make this country very proud. I thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have two concerns, but just to build on Raymond a bit, you can use the Youth Livelihood Fund and the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Fund to equip your trained youth.
They have not paid.
And they have to repay the money. Remember, it is not free lunch. This is not a grant. You have to repay it back. Now, the issue which was raised about the low repayment, my sister, I wish you were there as the chairperson talked about it. In the financial year 2018-2019, we got the tsunami of all things. Our budget was cut by Ministry of Finance by 95%. 95%. And we have this problem in this country now. Programs cannibalize others. A program is starting, it must kill another one. And that was the time Emyoga was started. Now you have PDM. Once you are introducing another one, it must kill another one. And that's the problem we are having in this country. We don't talk about improving it. And National Planning Authority, you are part of the culprit. You say these programs are the same. They are not the same. For instance, PDM will never fund people in arts, he's talking about. Will never fund metal fabrication. Will never fund garment cutting. It will not. It is, the 7 areas are there, and they're in agriculture. But Planning Authority with the financial support and say, these things are the same, therefore, they cut. That is a problem we have. Last financial year, we worked based on the money we had recovered. Actually, it is this year that we are being given money by finance. That is a problem we are having in this country. So, and that affected us. Our recovery by 2018-19 was 4 billion per quarter. That was what the youth were paying. It had reduced to less than 300 million. That is what we did. The people educated like you, who are economists, who know that we are dealing in a volatile product, whole money, which doesn't need a lot of noise. Hey, this one, and you just spoil things. I feel disheartened, and I really feel for the youth. Number 2, the trainer. I think I said the trainers are chosen by the youth themselves, not us. Just imagine if it was a ministry to choose trainers all over the country. There are going to be briefcase companies, all like that. But these trainers are chosen by the youth with the support from the sub-counties, all our local governments. And they choose people who are skilled, who can train. And I go back to what he was saying. Let us, this business of paper acquisition without skills is what is killing us. And Madam, I invite you. You go to Jinja, Iganga Municipal Council. I'm going to show you a youth which is making radios. Radios, transistor radios. There's another group in the same. They are making from thrown away parts, like of computers and the like. There's another group within the same Jinja Municipal, Iganga Municipal Council who are making weighing scale, like the Mizani you see. They are there. Lastly, about the art, performing arts. You see, Dr. Elaman is still around? Within the Youth Livelihood program, we have funded, I think 3.2% of our projects are in performing arts. And the highest, the project with the highest amount, I think was 22.4 million shillings, was in arts in Ibanda Municipal Council. Unfortunately, they didn't perform well, and they have, out of the 52 million, they have paid around 80 million. So support the youth livelihood program, and we move ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I should start with clarification. I have just learned when the commissioner was speaking that he was also now delegated by the minister. So now that the minister is here, I withdraw the statement. So he's now in two capacities, the PS and the minister. That's okay. Then the other clarification is I wrongfully said the PDM would benefit about 50 million. The number is 5 million. I'd gotten 1 0 wrong there. Now, I think to hit the nail on the head, engineer has started it. Everyone in Kampala, in policy rooms, conference rooms, talks about how agriculture will solve unemployment. But not enough people have farms to show that agriculture employs people. The president went as far as saying you can plant on a 4-acre model, and still people who have disposable income have not started 4-acre models. And I think that's where we need to go next. Can we push urban people to go and demonstrate how agriculture creates jobs and how it can be commercialized? Then people there will know that the economics make sense. It is not going to work when we sit here and we insist. When they are down there, they feel like all I need to do is eat food, and they maintain subsistence form of agriculture. The president himself did drip irrigation. Drip. It is the lowest form of irrigation advancement. But he demonstrated it, and we made memes and jokes about him. We did not realize that he is trying to show the lowest person that you can still be adaptive to climate change. So those are the things that we need to move away from and insist on. The second thing of three that I will end with is the question of relevant investment. Relevant investment means you are solving the problems that impede development. If we are saying that the Youth Livelihood Program has the following challenges, 10 years down the road, to what extent are we going to solve those challenges? If we are saying, he's been here, he's been saying the problem they have is financing for the skilling to extend to tooling. That is a problem. How do we solve that? That is how we should come together. If we are saying there is cannibalism of programs, because I've never understood it. When one program comes up, another must die. Yeah. Without comparing, they never sit in the same room. When the PDM came up, I remember the fight that it took for different ministries to be involved in implementation. Because Ministry of Local Government was saying, this is domiciled here, you people wait outside. It didn't make sense. And then you end up with a program where, literally, we are back in square zero for where Ministry of Gender's programs were in 2014 is where they are starting from in 2023. Because there is no room where they come together. So those kinds of competitive and not complementary approaches to programming should also stop. And I think Ministry of Finance, under the program-based budgeting model, intended for that. But we have still insisted on mandate and protectionism of our program, and we have not gone to complementarity. And I think that's where we need to go. Finally, which I said would be the final one, I just want to say, the young people of Uganda, I've seen a statistic that said the young people of Uganda, 1.6 million of them are not looking for work. Now, this is a very redundant statistic. The reality, yes, the reality is the economy has created, our economy has created 10,000 jobs whenever 400,000 have entered the job market, formal jobs. If you talk about informality and presenting a chance around there, you're going to 35,000. If you look at the performance of job creation under NDP3, we did not hit even 50% of our target. So there are statistics that do not help us. The statistic we need is what can we do to create more opportunity for work to exist. Because even if all the young people in Uganda looked for work, it is not there for all of them. So that is where the question is. The question of our labor market is a labor demand problem, not a labor supply problem. And I want us contextualizing the problem right is what brings right solutions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to come to the end of this by saying that if not now, then when? If not you and me, then who? If not through a multi-sectoral, multifaceted approach, then how? I want to thank you and you clap for my panelists. But panelists, don't go away. Oh, clap. Not if you need clap. Can I now take this rare and singular honor to invite Mr. Opio to come and officially close this meeting?
Okay, all protocols observed, and I would want to say the colleagues remaining here, the panel members and the audience, I think it shows those who are committed to the discourse. And a big round of applause to you for that. I'll make it short. I'll first say that I do align myself on behalf of the UN country team to the submissions made by the panel members, and especially ending with the chairperson of the National Youth Council. I think you couldn't have said it better, Jacob. Identifying where the challenges are, and therefore coming with the right solutions for the challenge. Three key areas that I would want to highlight as we conclude. One, the report, the paper does highlight the need for pro-employment planning. So how do we, amongst all these things they have said, have three categories of targeting? We already have, and the chairperson for the Gender Committee has just left, we have in Parliament of Uganda what you call the gender budgeting process. So how do we move that gender budgeting process into a pro-employment budgeting process, such that all the sectors in government also have pro-employment plans and targets? Because the responsibility for creating opportunities should lie across the sectors. That is one key takeaway. Then two, how do we be futuristic in our planning and targeting? Because whatever we are talking about now should not be based on the skills for today, on the jobs for today, but how do we look at the jobs for the future? And then three, in looking in these jobs, can we consider multiple pathways to skilling? I think these are very important, and I would want to say through the UNFPA, who is leading the UN family in a joint program on youth and adolescents, we remain committed to supporting government and the youth in taking forth some of the recommendations from this paper. And most importantly, we should also work towards shortening the transition from skilling to employment, because that is where there's always a challenge. So how do we shorten that duration? Because one of the panel members said young people do not care who is bringing in the opportunities, but they care more about what opportunities are being created. So therefore, can we shorten that period from learning to earning? I thank you so much, and thank you all for making time to attend this event today. This is the 13th edition, and I'm looking forward to the National Planning Authority and partners organizing the 14th edition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. God bless you.
I'm passionate about youth. My educational background is business computing. I did a course in agri-entrepreneurship by Iris Uganda. I did the course by Enterprise Uganda, the entrepreneurship course. And so we started my business journey as a young man in Senior 6 VAC. I attended what they call the Head Start class that was about to teach us about money. I was able to pay my tuition through campus, and the journey with money for me has been an exciting one. I've lost a lot of money, but I've made a lot too. My experience with younger people is I deal a lot with campus people transitioning to the work life. So we start to work with young people. The idea was get some money, start for them businesses. The key learning for me in this process has been to learn to be patient. So my advice to the government is we need not a generic approach. We need to go area per area, institution per institution, to empower beyond the basic knowledge of I'm a tailor, I'm a baker. Because now, almost in every area, as a business person, I run a bakery, everybody's baking, so who's going to buy my cakes?
My name is Arthur Mokembo. I lead the Future Lab studio at the Innovation Village. Innovation Village is building the best place in Africa to bring ideas to life. We do this because we're very passionate about transforming Africa through innovation. On a typical day, we convene outstanding tools, opportunities, and capital to power the most promising entrepreneurs in our society to transform it through technology or the use of technology. On the side of Innovation Village, we tend to focus more on your conventional small and medium enterprises, and increasingly on a subset of those that are leveraging technology, either as the primary enabler or as a key ingredient into how they create and deliver value in society. We do this across more than 13 sectors and act in more than 60 verticals across these sectors, and we're privileged to work with some truly outstanding young people in the work that we do. We then provide certain skilling programs, all the way from foundational concepts in how to start a business through to more advanced concepts around scaling that enterprise, depending on which intervention these young people are working with us through. Around these, we offer a broad network of coaches and mentors and domain experts that give extensive support in way of advice to these young people to help them navigate various challenges around designing and implementing these ideas. And we are convening a growing network of local business angel investors, typically experienced entrepreneurs, senior executives, domain experts, so on and so forth, who are happy to give that fast risk capital to these young people to help them grow their idea. Let's work with communities to broaden mindsets around pathways that our young people can take. For us, is to commend National Planning Authority, the government of Uganda, and very many other stakeholders who have come together to make this possible, is to commend us and to encourage us to keep going in this effort and to share our learnings in intervention so that we can continue to rally more support, more action, and more urgency around this issue going forward.
Erinnya lyange nze Kulumba Dauda Nason nga mbeera Ndejje. Ebyokusoma byange nasomako until when I finished senior 6. It wasn't an easy journey, especially from S2 up to when I finished senior 6. How I have managed how to survive up to today, because of it is now 11 years since I finished to study senior 6. Ndowooza mu Luganda kiyinza ovaayo obulungi tugamba nti mbadde mu kuyiriba. Nakola nnyo ebiseera ebisinga mu restaurants, naye nga mu restaurant omu tebanzikiriza kufumba kubanga saalina bipapula. So bw'osaba omulimu ng'omufumbi nga tebakkiriza, so nembeeramu nga omutambuzi w'emmere mu kibuga, era mu kibuga nga banta driver.